Welcome, dear friend. You found your way here, and that's no accident. Whether the day was long, the weight was heavy, or your mind simply won't quiet down, you're exactly where you need to be. Tonight, we'll move through Scripture together, read softly and without hurry, words chosen to wrap around your heart like a warm blanket. Let the world outside fade. Let tomorrow wait. Right now, there is only this moment, God's presence and peace. If these readings help you find rest, I'd be so grateful if you subscribed. It helps others discover this space too. Now, settle in. Close your eyes if you'd like, and let God's word carry you into stillness. Psalm 119. Blessed are those who walk in the ways of the Lord, who seek his statutes with a quiet heart. Their footsteps are steady, and their minds find rest as they treasure the laws that guide them. Happy are those who keep his testimonies, who look to his precepts as a lamp at night and a light along their path. When shadows come, the promise of his word steadies the hand and soothes the spirit. I will praise you with an undivided heart as I consider your righteous rules, and I will obey them through the night and into the morning. For in your commands I find a haven, a gentle harbor, where my thoughts can anchor and my breath slow. The way of your testimonies is sweeter than honey to the soul that thirsts. It is nourishment for the weary and a balm for the anxious mind. Your statutes are my meditation all the day. They are the quiet song in the background of every hour, reminding me that I am held by a wisdom older than my worry. Turn my eyes away from every fleeting thing that pulls my mind this way and that. Keep me rooted in the assurance of your promises, so that even when fears whisper, I may answer with trust. Remember your word to your servant, for you have given me comfort. Let this comfort be a soft blanket over the tangled thoughts that rise at night, smoothing each thread until sleep may come. My soul cleaves to the dust because I long for your law. Restore me to the calm of your counsel, and teach me discernment that I might walk gently in your ways. Open my mind to the counsel of your statutes. Make me understand the simple truth that you are nearer than my nearest worry, closer than my tightest breath. The testimony of your love steadies me when storms press close. Your promises are a refuge, a place where I can lean my tired head and lay down the burdens I cannot carry alone. Let your gracious words, the precepts of your peace, be poured into my heart like warm water over parched soil, reviving every dormant hope, reviving every tired dream. I have kept your decrees and followed them with reverent care. Guide me yet in the way of your commands, for there is abundant peace there. Accept the offering of my quiet devotion, O Lord. Incline my heart to your ways and teach me to walk them softly, so that my shoulders may drop their weight and my chest may loosen its tightness. Seek me, not with thunder or alarm, but in the stillness where your voice is gentle. When I listen, the tumult within me will subside, and I will know the comforting cadence of your presence. Remember that I am frail and that my thoughts can be like scattered leaves. Gather them, Lord, and arrange them around the truth of your word, that I might bed down in peace. You have laid down precepts that are sure and right. Let the certainty of your statutes calm the mind that is tempted by uncertainty. Deal gently with my fear. Do not punish me with further alarm, but shelter me with reminders of your faithfulness, so that I might sleep without dread. My eyes are awake for the night watches, and yet my heart is kept by the memory of your promises. Think upon these with me, and let them be as stones smoothened by time, steady and warm under the hand. Turn to me and be gracious. Be a teacher to my restless thoughts, correcting them with the soft, steady instruction of your truth, rather than the sharpness of scolding. Give me insight so that I might embrace your ordinances. Let understanding grow like quiet embers, casting a calm light that is just enough to read by, but not so bright that it startles the settling dark. I long for your salvation. Like a traveler who spies the first lights of a distant inn, I am comforted by the nearness of your deliverance. Your promises are a boundless field where my anxious cares may roam and be tended, each one given attention until there is nothing left to fret over. I will keep your testimonies with a heart at peace, and I will reflect on your ways until every sharp edge of fear is sanded down. Deal with me according to your steadfast love. Do not let my fondness for worry shape my nights, but shape me with your mercy into a person who rests in assurance. Turn unto me, for I am yours, and make my way plain through the darkness. Let each step be lit by the simple trust of your guidance. Preserve my life according to your word, and keep me from the rush of needless thought. Let me choose stillness in the presence of your promises. I have declared my ways, and you answered me with direction. In that answered prayer, I discover a peace that slows the pulse and calms the mind. Teach me prudent discernment and knowledge, for I desire to walk unhurried and untroubled. Let my heart not be quick to anger, nor quick to be troubled, but quick to recall your faithful statutes. See my affliction and deliver me, for your commands are a net of care that gathers me when I stray. Lift me tenderly and set me upon a resting place. Sustain me with your word, and I will not be ashamed. Let the certainty of your truth replace the uncertainty that so often wakes me. Remember the promise you made, and bring me back from the edge of worry. Let the memory of your faithfulness be a lantern in the night that guides me to sleep. I am like a cloth renewed by your touch. Fold me into the warmth of your law and refresh me with the gentleness of your ways. Let the words of your mouth be pleasant to me, more priceless than any riches. When my mind clings to them, it loosens its grip upon lesser things that trouble the night. My soul melts away for longing after your just commands. Satisfy that longing with the quiet assurance that you are working all things for good. Make me understand the path of your precepts, and I will meditate on your wondrous works. Let these meditations be a steady, soothing flow that carries me into rest. Teach me, O Lord, the way of your testimonies. When I stumble in my thoughts, lift me with the gentle hand of your instruction. Let my reverence for your rules be like a lullaby, softly repeating the melody of your mercy until my breath matches its rhythm. I am a companion of all who fear you and follow your ordinances. Let the fellowship of those who trust you be a soft company in the quiet hours, an invisible presence that tells me I am not alone. My eyes long for your promise. Grant that the longing be satisfied by the peace that comes from knowing you are near. Strengthen me, and I will walk your paths with ease. Remove the strain from my shoulders so that my body may relax and my mind may follow. Let your commands be not a burden, but a calming pattern, like the measured strokes of a painter bringing a scene to completion. Each stroke a promise, each promise setting another piece of the heart at rest. I will speak of your testimonies before kings and those who hold authority. But in this gentle hour I speak them first to my own anxious mind, reminding it that no matter what is demanded outside, within there is a place of peace. Turn away my reproach that I might find comfort. Remove the sting of shame that it might not sting at midnight. Your statutes have been my songs in the house of my pilgrimage. They are the soft refrains that accompany me on long nights and early mornings alike. Incline my ear and come to me. Draw near in the way you always do, with tenderness, not tumult, and let that nearness be the cloak that calms my thoughts. Teach me, O Lord, and I will keep your law with a grateful heart. Let gratitude be the quiet current that carries me away from worry and toward rest. Hold me, as a shepherd holds a tired lamb, and lead me into green pastures of dreamless sleep. Let every ordinance of yours be as a slow, steady drum, measuring out the night in safe and predictable beats, so my mind can synchronize and release its hurried pace. Remember your servant in the kindness that you have promised. Let that memory be a soft echo that reassures me in the hush of the night. My eyes fail with watching. Strengthen me in your way to relieve the strain, and let my eyelids fall heavy with peace. I have longed for your salvation, and your law is a roadmap back to that rest. Lead me along it step by step, letting each step ease the tension in my body and still the flicker of anxious thought. Let the words of my mouth and the meditation of my heart be acceptable before you, O Lord, my rock and my redeemer. As I offer them, take from me the restlessness and replace it with the calm of your presence. Be my companion through this quiet hour, and let the rhythm of your truth become a lullaby that leads me gently into restorative sleep. If these verses calm you, you can always come back, subscribe, and return here anytime. Psalm 91. Rest here in the confidence that you are sheltered beneath a steady presence. Imagine a quiet shelter where the voice of Jesus hums like a gentle hearth, and feel the hush of his protection wrap around you as if a soft blanket had been drawn up to your chin. He who is your refuge is close enough to touch the rhythm of your breathing. He who is your fortress listens when the night's small alarms begin to speak. Trust that under his care you may stay, safe from the lurking dread and the restless whirl of thoughts. Let each anxious image be met by the simple assurance that you are held. Picture the shadow of his wings folding over you, broad, warm, unhurried, each feather a promise that you are not abandoned to the dark. As you breathe in, imagine the air carrying his peace into the places where worry grips. As you breathe out, let go of the tightness, letting it fall away like dry leaves slipping from tired fingers. No terror by night, no arrow by day, no creeping worry that sneaks in the small hours will have the last word, for he is with you. Picture every threat as small against the vastness of his care, the pestilence, the sudden harm, the sudden fear, each one contained, softened, made impotent by the nearness of his grace. He will command his angels concerning you, and they attend to the quiet work of watching the paths you walk and the rooms you rest in. Think of them as tender attendants in the hush, their presence a silent promise that every step and every pause is under guard. They will lift you with gentle hands if you stumble in thought. They will carry you past the sharp edges of nightmares, and they will keep you from stumbling into the places where fear collects. Because you have made the Lord your refuge and the Most High your dwelling, he delights in your trust and covers you with his faithfulness as a second skin. Trust that cover now, and it will be like a lullaby to your nervous system. He will deliver you, for the love that held the morning in place holds you now. He will set you safe upon high places, removing you from the thorns that scratch at sleep. When you call to him, he will answer. In the quiet, his answer comes like a cool hand on a fevered brow, an assurance that nothing beyond his reach can overwhelm you. He hears your name whispered in the dark and meets it with mercy. You need not be afraid of the dread that sounds like thunder in the corridors of your mind. He has spoken over you a promise of long life and sight of salvation. See it now as a gentle beam, a path of light that leads away from buzzy worry toward the green fields of rest. Let each promise be a pebble you place in a pocket, one by one, until your hands are full of proof. Protection, refuge, answered prayer, rescue, honor, long life. These are not distant hopes, but present realities, and you may hold them in your mind like smooth stones to rub between thumb and forefinger until the pulse slows. Imagine the quiet occupation of his steadfast love tending your cares, like a gardener turning over soil, planting peace where panic once grew. You are the garden he watches, and night is the season of calm growth. Allow the cadence of his words to replace the sharp, rapid thoughts. He is your refuge, he is with you, he is watching, he will save you. Repeat them slowly, as if tracing them along the spine of the night, and let their rhythm set the pace of your breath. If fear comes as a whisper that something might happen, answer with the memory of 1,000 small mercies, the mornings when you woke and found provision, the hands that steadied you, the unexpected kindnesses, and let those memories stand in for proof of his care. Your trust is not a fragile thing. It is a quiet muscle that grows stronger each time you rest in him. Consider, too, the promise that no harm will overtake you as you dwell in this shelter. Imagine danger as a long, empty road that bends away from where you lie. He commands deliverance for those who love him. Love here is the simple leaning of your heart toward him, the small decision to return to his peace whenever worry arises. Let that choice be the hinge that opens you to sleep. Know that angels are not only for the great moments, they are assigned to the intimate, the ordinary, to the space between the last thought and the first dream. In that space, They stand ready to catch your trailing concerns and tuck them aside. Sleep, then, is not an abandonment, but a handed-over trust. Place your cares into His hands like small stones, and feel the relief that comes when you set them down. Picture the promise of long life as not only years, but quality of rest. Nights that restore and mornings that come without the sting of dread. Feel the steadying effect of that promise as your shoulders lower and your jaw unclenches. If the mind insists on rehearsing problems, let the voice of Jesus, soft, steady, speak again. I am with you. I will protect you. I will rescue you. Let each repetition be like a small bell tolling in the heart, and with every toll, your inner pace slows. Trust that suffering, should it touch you, will not be the final note. There is a hand ready to lift and a presence that refuses to leave. Sleep under that vow. Rest in the shelter of His shadow. Allow the warmth of His presence to penetrate the coldest corners of your mind. Imagine the dark as softened now, threaded with His light, so that the world is turned into a gentle place where even your fears lie quiet. When morning comes, it will find you gathered, steadied, not overcome. So lay your head down with the calm conviction that this night is being tended by one who never sleeps. Breathe slowly, and as you exhale, let the last ripple of tension drain out. Imagine His faithfulness as a soft current carrying you toward dream-filled peace. Let gratitude, small and simple, thanks for the shelter, for the gentle care, for the remembered mercies, be the last thing you think of before sleep arrives, for gratitude opens the heart to receive rest. Rest now in the safe place of the Lord, in the shadow of His saving presence. Let His promise guard you through the watches of the night, and wake in the morning held and renewed. Psalm 23. The Lord is my shepherd. I shall not want. Breathe that in slowly, letting the words settle like a warm blanket across your shoulders. Picture a gentle figure guiding you away from restless paths into meadows where the grass is soft beneath your feet, and the noise of the day fades to a hush. He makes me lie down in green pastures. Feel the release that comes when you allow your body to sink into rest, trust leaning into trust, muscles deciding to loosen and unfold. Beside still waters, He leads me. Imagine the small, steady rhythm of water lapping at a riverbank. Each ripple a tiny invitation to slow your breath and match its pace. He restores my soul. Consider that restoration as a quiet mending, like a hand smoothing a wrinkled cloth, each breath smoothing a crease in the anxious fabric of your thoughts. He leads me in paths of righteousness for His name's sake. Picture those paths as well-worn trails that curve gently through the land, safe and familiar, each step measured and sure, so your mind need not rush to decide which way to turn. Even though I walk through the valley of the shadow of death, I will fear no evil. Let that phrase stand like a steady lantern in the dark places. Imagine a valley lit softly by memory and mercy, where shadows may fall, but cannot surprise you, for the shepherd's presence is constant and close. For you are with me. Feel that nearness now, as near as your breathing, as close as the movement of your chest. Your rod and your staff, they comfort me. Think of the rod as protection, steady and sure, and the staff as the gentle guidance that corrects and steadies without harshness, both instruments of care that keep you from straying and remind you you are not alone. You prepare a table before me in the presence of my enemies. See a table set quietly by the shepherd, even where threats loom. A calm hospitality that says there is enough. There is peace even when outside noise tries to claim your attention. You anoint my head with oil. My cup overflows. Imagine a bowl brimming with gentle light, so full that there is more than enough for worry and want to be poured out and left behind. Surely goodness and mercy shall follow me all the days of my life. Let those words trail after you like two faithful companions, steady and even, walking with soft steps, and I will dwell in the house of the Lord forever. Rest in that promise as a final shelter, an enduring home where the soul can stop its wandering and breathe long. As you hold these images, let each one act as a breath cue. Inhale slowly as the shepherd draws near, Exhale as you imagine sinking into the green pasture. Inhale the memory of waters still and clear. Exhale the knotted tension in your shoulders. Inhale the quiet assurance of guidance. Exhale the hurried lists tugging at the edges of your mind. Allow the shepherd's care to translate into the gentlest of motions inside you, muscles unwinding like a slowly released knot, heartbeat softening like waves on a shore. If a stray worry approaches, name it briefly and see it set on the table prepared for you, noticed and cared for but not carried through the night. Picture the staff tapping the path ahead, a measured rhythm that your feet and your thoughts can learn to follow, fall into its tempo, step by step, breath by breath. As darkness gathers, trust that the valley is traversed with you still, that shadows are simply places the shepherd knows how to walk. Let the promise of goodness and mercy trailing your life be like a warm cloak, covering every anxious edge until sleep claims you gently. Imagine the anointing oil as warmth at the base of your skull, a soft, spreading ease that bleeds into jaw and neck and down the arms, loosening grip and helping the breath to find its deeper pace. Your cup overflows. Feel the abundance as release. The need to solve everything at once lifts because there is more than enough care to meet your smallness tonight. If thoughts rise demanding lists and answers, let them be quieted by the simple recital of the lines, "The Lord is my shepherd, I shall not want." Repeat them slowly in your mind as a lullaby. Let each repetition draw your focus inward and downward into the steady place where sleep grows. Remember the table, the water, the pasture, the staff. These images are gifts to your sleeping mind, anchors that tie you to peace. Stay with the shepherd in this scene until your eyelids grow heavy, letting the vision of green and water and the shelter of the house of the Lord become the last landscape you carry into sleep. There is no rush here, no demand to be anywhere else, only this present care, this prepared table, this overflowing cup. Let the closing thought be gratitude for this tending, a small quiet thanks that settles like a soft pebble into the bottom of your heart. Rest now under the shepherd's watch. Let goodness and mercy walk with you through every hour of the night, and know that to dwell in the house of the Lord is to arrive at a place where the soul can finally sleep. Psalm 139. The Lord who knows you through and through is near enough to hear the hush of your thoughts. Imagine him bending close, attentive to the inward sounds you cannot always name, as if your mind were a quiet room and he were walking through, noting every picture on the wall and smoothing every rumpled curtain. He understands when you rise and when you lie down. He measures the span of your day and the length of your night, and nothing about you slips past his care. Not a forgotten worry, not the small fear that creeps in when the house is still. Picture his knowing as a gentle light that reads the deepest script of your heart without judgment, simply seeing and keeping, so that the knowledge of being known itself becomes a comfort that settles over you like a warm shawl. Imagine too that before you speak, before any plan forms in your restless mind, he has already heard the whisper and already holds an answer. This is not a hurried knowledge, but the patient memory of someone who delights in your existence. Envision your life as a map. He traces with kindness every road and river understood, the paths you wander in the middle of the night, the alleys of doubt, the bright avenues of joy. Nothing is accidental to him, not even the small detours, and he can lead you back gently, hand on your shoulder, without hurry. Feel the truth that you cannot hide from him in a way that frees you, because to be seen by your Creator is to be removed from loneliness. Even in private, where shame might whisper and questions gather, his presence wraps around those places and makes them safe to breathe in again. Remember that darkness is not the enemy of his nearness. When shadows collect, he is still present, and the darkest corners are lit to him the way a familiar room is lit by a nightlight. You may not see every detail, but the shape and the safety are there. Picture the formative care with which you were made, each fragile beginning handled with purpose, as if a loving handsmith shaped you with intention and care, knowing the weave and weight of every thread. This tenderness that formed you continues to keep you unhurried and exact in the now. Let that thought become an anchor. You are not a mistake, not a random impulse of nature, but a deliberate presence in the mind of one who counts your days and names the hours. As you breathe in, imagine his steady attention flowing toward the place where worry gathers. As you breathe out, let those tensions move from the chest into his capable keeping, where they can be reordered and healed. Ask him in this hush to search your heart and to show you the places that need gentle correction, and imagine his light making those places softer, easier to touch, easier to sort. There is room here for confession and for mercy. Picture each small confession as a pebble you place on a table before him. He receives them without drama and returns to you the quiet of forgiven breath. Think of his thought toward you as wide as the skies and as constant as the turn of the seasons. He has woven the pattern of your days and held them even before you began to try to hold anything at all, and that steadiness can slow the quickness of your mind. If the night raises questions that feel like waves, see them break into a shoreline kept by his hands, where every incoming fret is turned into a softer sound until it becomes part of the background music of rest. Let his presence be a steadying rhythm, no sudden commands, no sharp prods, just a patient, unhurried cadence that your heart can learn to walk with, step by step, breath by breath. If your mind imagines futures that are heavy with what-ifs, picture his eyes on the small present moment, the simple fact of your breathing, the safe place you lie, the floor beneath your feet. Allow the scale of worry to shrink before the close attention of one who tends details with care. Remember also that there is no geography of fear. He cannot cross to find you. Whether you imagine yourself on a high mountain or in a valley of thick dark, his presence reaches there. No height can hide you. No depth can sever you. There is a nearness that turns every lonely place into a place of company. In this quiet, speak gently to the parts of you that are tired. Confess the places you have tried to be stronger than you are, and lay them down as one sets down a heavy bag at the door. Hear in return the quiet assurance that you are embraced and kept, and let that assurance soften your muscles and slow the river of hurried thoughts. Invite his wisdom to give form to the scattered things in your mind. Picture him gathering them like handfuls of wool and winding them into a single soft rope you can rest your head upon. Let gratitude, small and tender, rise, the memory of mercies both big and little that have come when you least expected them, and use each grateful thought as a little stone of proof that he has been faithful before and will be faithful now. As you sink deeper into that knowledge, allow the heartbeat to find a slow, dependable rhythm. In for 4, out for 6, or whatever count brings you ease. Match his patient care with the measured pace of your breathing, and notice how muscle tension drops away as the pace steadies. Finally, let the prayer that closes this quiet be simple and unadorned, that he would keep you through the watches of the night, that his presence would be the border and the cushion of your thought, and that when sleep comes, it would feel like returning home, safe, expected, and wholly welcomed. Rest in the assurance that you are known, you are held, and you are loved. Let those truths be the last melody you carry into sleep, soft and sure, steadying every breath until morning finds you gathered and renewed. John 14. Let not your hearts be troubled. Say that to yourself slowly, and let each syllable be a soft command to your body. Believe in God, and believe also in me. Let faith be the gentle hinge that swings the door between a restless mind and the quiet room of trust. Picture Jesus speaking to you in the hush, the way a friend might sit beside your bed and tell you of a house with many rooms, a wide, welcoming home where each weary heart has its place. Hear the promise that he goes to prepare a dwelling for you, not hurriedly, but with the thoughtful hands of a host laying out a warm blanket and setting a lamp by your pillow so the dark feels less empty. Trust that where he goes, you may go also. Imagine being escorted along a soft corridor into the assurance of belonging, each step measured and calm, the clatter of anxious thoughts falling away like shoes left at the door. When Thomas asks the way, Jesus answers with the words that steady the anxious mind. I am the way and the truth and the life. Let that threefold promise be a simple map to follow when the landscape of your thoughts grows confusing. Trust that following him is not a strain but a turning inward toward a steady light. See his hand guiding you into truth that frees the heart from the need to prove or to hold. As you breathe in, picture truth entering your chest like cool air, and as you breathe out, let the habit of trying to control loosen its grip and float away. If you are troubled at night by questions of where you belong or how things will end, remember this: whoever believes in me will do the works I do, and greater works than these. Let that thought shrink the frantic need to perform into a quiet confidence that you are already held in the work of love that never sleeps. Receive his peace. Peace I leave with you, my peace I give to you. Take that peace as a soft cloak laid across your shoulders, the pressure of worry easing like a tide receding from the shore. Do not let your hearts be troubled, and do not let them be afraid. Repeat it slowly in your mind, as if pronouncing a benediction over your own chest, each repetition softening the jaw, loosening the knotted muscles around the shoulders, lowering the pulse until it matches the steady cadence of a whispered prayer. Abide in me. Think of abiding as a restful posture, like leaning against a sturdy tree rather than holding yourself upright against the wind. Let abiding be permission to be still, to rest without needing to tidy every loose thought before sleep. If you love me, keep my commandments. Hear this not as a burden, but as a tender request to remember what calms you. Love, simple obedience to the small, kind things that knit a life together. These are the familiar rhythms that prepare the soul for rest. I will ask the Father, and he will give you another helper to be with you forever. Imagine the helper settling beside you like a vigilant, gentle presence, a quiet companion who understands the language of your sleepless hours and translates them into a lullaby. I will not leave you as orphans. I will come to you. Let that promise be the anchor. You are not abandoned in the night. There is a presence that moves toward you, answering even unspoken longings with a closeness that softens the edges of fear. In that coming there is comfort, as if a hand is laid upon the restless mind and patience itself begins to breathe with you. Ask in my name and I will do it. Use that invitation as a way to hand over the things that spin in your head. Name one small worry, imagine placing it like a pebble into Jesus' palm, and sense the relief that comes when something you could not fix is watched and carried. If the Father loves the Son and bears witness of him, let that family love enfold you. You belong to a chain of care that is unbroken by the night. Receive my words and keep them. Let his teaching be the soft refrain that repeats until your thoughts are lulled. Picture his words as a familiar tune that plays in the background, not demanding attention, but shaping the contours of your rest, so that even when dreams come, they have the tone of mercy. Let the certainty that Jesus prepares a place for you be the last landscape you carry into sleep. A tidy room with a window that lets in morning light, a bedside table with a single lamp, a sense that you are expected and welcome. As you lie down, whisper the old promise back. I am the way, I am the truth, I am the life. Let each phrase be a breath cue. Inhale for the way that leads you. Exhale into the truth that steadies you. Inhale the life that warms you. Exhale into the trust that releases you. Feel the helper's presence like a steady, slow pulse beside yours, matching your breath and slowing it further, until the need to solve everything now dissolves into the patient foreknowledge of one who prepares and provides. Rest with Jesus now in the calm that comes from being guided, known, and loved. Let his words sink into the deep places of your mind and settle there like a warm sediment, quiet and stable, carrying you gently into sleep. Isaiah 40. Comfort. O comfort my people, says your God. Let that opening invitation settle like a warm hand on the chest. Hear it as if it were spoken just for you in the hush of night, a soft assurance that the loudness of worry need not be the last word. A voice cries, Prepare the way of the Lord, make straight in the desert a highway for our God. Imagine that straight road appearing beneath your feet as you lie still, a gentle path cleared through the tangled thoughts, each stone smoothed and each thorn laid aside so your mind can walk without stumbling. Every valley shall be lifted up, every mountain and hill made low. The rough places are made plain and the crooked places made straight. See your anxious imaginings leveling out into a quieter landscape, horizons broadening where fear once crowded close. The glory of the Lord shall be revealed, and all flesh shall see it together. Let your breathing become a soft witness to that unfolding, slow in and slow out, each cycle a tiny unwrapping of rest. A voice says, "Cry," and another answers, "What shall I cry?" And the reply comes tender and certain. All flesh is grass, and all its beauty is like the flower of the field. The grass withers and the flower fades, but the word of our God will stand forever. Let those words be an orienting truth in the dark. The frantic rehearsals of every what-if are grass that will pass. The enduring word that holds you does not fade in the night. Lift your eyes to the mountains. From where does their help come? Your help comes from the Lord, maker of heaven and earth. Imagine the maker's hands as vast but gentle, turning the map of your night with patient skill. He who keeps you does not slumber. His attention does not slip even when yours does. Consider the measureless sweep of his care. Who has measured the waters in the hollow of his hand, or marked off the heavens with a span, or weighed the mountains on a scale? These grand images are not distant spectacles, but invitations to trust. The one who holds oceans and counts the dust is the same one who knows the small pulse in your wrist and the unsteady thought behind your eyes. Who has directed the Spirit of the Lord, or been his counselor, or taught him knowledge? He rests unbothered by the hurry that nags you, and his counsel is steady and sure. Let it gently reorganize the scatter of the night until the threads make sense and your mind can rest in a single story of care. Why do you say, O Jacob, and speak, O Israel, "My way is hidden from the Lord, and my right is disregarded by my God"? When doubts murmur like small, insistent insects, remember that the Lord sees even the hidden turnings. Nothing is lost from his sight. He brings princes to nothing and makes the rulers of the earth as emptiness. They are but the breath that passes through while his word remains. You who are tired, who feel worn thin by the repeated rounds of worry, listen to this. He gives power to the faint, and to him who has no might, he increases strength. Picture that strengthening as warmth, spreading from the center outward, a slow infusion of steadiness into the weary limbs of your mind. Even youth shall faint and be weary, and young men shall fall exhausted. Yet those who wait for the Lord shall renew their strength. Notice the gentle distinction. This is not a promise of sudden adrenaline, but a quiet renewal that comes when you stop striving and lean into his timing. They shall mount up with wings like eagles. They shall run and not be weary. They shall walk and not faint. If eagle imagery feels too bright for this hour, imagine instead a steady lift beneath you, an unseen hand drawing you upward so that effort becomes light, and the tendency to race softens into a steady glide. When you grow heavy with the day's demands, place your burden into that promise. Waiting here means aligning with a source that does not tire, a patient reservoir of calm. Let each breath be a small act of waiting. Inhale, trusting the breadth of God's care. Exhale, releasing the tension you have held as if needed for survival. In the stillness, hear again the opening comfort. Comfort, comfort my people. Let it be a repeated pattern. Breath in, comfort. Breath out, release. Let the land of your thoughts transform from sharp edges to gentle plains. Let the themes of your mind shift from urgent plotting to quiet receiving. Imagine the Lord's word as a lullaby that outlasts the ephemeral anxieties of the night. Its melody is older than your worry and steadier than your doubt. If names and faces crowd the mind, place them on the wide highway prepared for the Lord, acknowledged, given space, and allowed to rest without demanding action. If regrets return like small clamoring birds, Imagine the soothing presence of a keeper who watches the sky and rearranges their flight until their noise becomes distant. The sovereign who measures the waters will not be surprised by the small storms of your night. He rules them without drama, and in that ruling there is an ease that bleeds into your limbs. Allow yourself to be small in that large keeping, not insignificant but lovingly enclosed, like a quiet room within a vast attentive house. There is no hurry here. The lifting of your breath is the measure. Let the rhythm be gentle, as if tide and moon conspire to slow the sea. If your chest tightens at the thought of tomorrow, remember that the one who readies the highways of the Lord will supply the path step by step. You need not see the whole road to trust the one who makes it. Rest becomes possible when trust outlasts the clamor, when the knowledge that you are seen replaces the urge to prove yourself awake and managing everything. Hear the chapter's repeated assurance as a breathable truth. The Maker of all is tender to the small. The sovereign who wields nations also cradles the solitary heart beneath the weight of midnight. As you imagine the vastness of his handiwork, let the scale calm the small catastrophes you replay. His perspective dissolves panic into a softer hue. Stay with the quiet phrase, "He gives power to the faint." Let it be a mantra you return to with steady breaths, each return loosening muscles and softening the jaw. Picture yourself as one who waits at the window of a house where a lamp has already been lit. The evening is still, the light certain, and there is no need to keep flailing to be seen. In that wait, the promise of renewed strength becomes more than hope. It becomes a patient certainty you can lean against. Fold your hands in the quiet of your mind and let the long, steady voice of God be the background hum that turns worry into a remembered list, manageable and small. Let the last thought before sleep be simple and sure. Comfort is spoken, a road is prepared, strength will be renewed, you are not overlooked. Breathe slowly with that assurance in and out until the muscles release, until thought softens into dream, and until the night is a quiet companion rather than a place of battle. Romans 8. Rest now with the gentle truth that there is no condemnation for those who are in Christ Jesus. Let that sentence be a soft roof over your thoughts, a sheltering phrase you can repeat as a slow breath. No condemnation, no tally kept against you, nothing held back as a charge that must wake you. Imagine the law of the Spirit of life having set you free from the law of sin and death, a freeing so quiet you may not notice it at first, like a hand quietly untying the knots in a rope until the weight you carried simply slips away. Feel the presence of Jesus' life moving into the spaces of your worry. Where your mind has been a crowded room, the Spirit moves in and opens windows, letting the stale air of fear be replaced by a steady current of peace. The mind governed by the Spirit has life and peace. As you breathe in, invite that life. As you breathe out, let the tightness loosen and fall away. Consider now the gift of being children of God, not in distant theory, but in tender reality. See yourself adopted into a family that calls you Abba Father, a name so intimate that it sinks like a warm hand into the hollow of your chest and quiets all the small alarms. In that belonging, you are not merely noticed, you are claimed and carried. The Spirit who bears witness with our spirit that we are God's children is like a calm companion who echoes the truth until it becomes as familiar as your own name. If your night is marked by small griefs or big ones, let the reassurance settle that we do not grope alone. We have a helper who intercedes for us with groanings too deep for words. Imagine those groanings as a wordless song rising in the dark and being met by the attentive heart of God, who turns each silent plea into an answered providence. Present sufferings cannot compare with the glory that is coming. Breathe that in slowly, and let the contrast shrink the size of tonight's troubles. What appears enormous under the lamp of midnight is but a portion of the story, while the future glory is a horizon so wide it reframes the present into a corridor leading toward renewal. The whole creation waits with eager longing for the revealing of the children of God. Picture all of nature leaning toward you in patience, as if earth itself holds its breath so you may rest. Trees, rivers, the steady hills, all participating in a global cosmic hush that says, "Wait and be upheld." You were given the Spirit as a first installment of what is to come, a present down payment of everything that will one day be fully yours. The Spirit is the soft, steady assurance that what you need to be healed, restored, and secured is already at work. When weakness fills you and you do not know what to pray, the Spirit intercedes with groanings too deep for words. Let this be permission to stop striving for perfect prayers tonight. Hand over the tangled sentences of your mind and know that a divine interpreter is at work, translating the ache into the language of care. He who searches hearts knows the mind of the Spirit, and the Spirit intercedes for the saints according to the will of God. Imagine this like a quiet, faithful friend in the room who rearranges your scattered concerns into a composed bouquet of needs, placing each where it can be tended. All things work together for good for those who love God. This is not a flippant promise, but a steady frame. Even the small missteps and the sleepless hours are woven into a pattern that ultimately intends your good. Picture the threads of your life as soft yarn on a loom. Even those threads that feel knotted are being woven into a design you cannot yet see, and the one who weaves is patient and skillful. God foreknew you and predestined you to be conformed to the image of His Son. Let that image be the gentle direction of your rest. There is a shaping at work, not by force, but by gradual, deliberate grace. Like a potter smoothing the clay with patient hands until the form is ready to be held. Called, justified, glorified. These words can be slow medicine for a racing mind. You are called, therefore you belong. You are justified, therefore you are accepted. You are to be glorified, therefore your small failures are not the last word. Nothing will be able to separate you from the love of God in Christ Jesus. No height, no depth, no present fear, no conceivable thing can pry away the bond that holds you. Picture the love of God as a circumference of light around your sleeping place, unbroken and unbending. Test any anxious thought against that circumference and watch how it shrinks. Recall the scenes of the day that pressed you and imagine them placed into the hands of the one who loved you enough to send His Son. Feel the tenderness in that exchange, like putting a heavy coat onto a careful hanger and stepping out of it into a room of calm. Let gratitude for that love be the final small habit before sleep. Name one mercy you remember from this day and let it rest on the palm of your mind, turning it over gently like a smooth stone. Breathe with the assurance that you are heirs with Christ, co-heirs in a family whose riches are not measured by silver, but by the steady presence and unending care of God. Being an heir means there is a place set for you, a welcome that remains and waits. As you let this assurance sink, imagine the Spirit filling the hollow places in your chest with a quiet, luminous presence, the kind that is not loud but undeniable, so that tension slackens and the heart's tempo finds a smoother beat. If questions arise, about purpose, about pain, about tomorrow, let them be met by these slow facts affirmed again. You are known, you are loved, you are held, and your groans are heard. Allow your breathing to follow the cadence. Inhale slowly and think I am known. Exhale and release. Inhale, I am loved. Exhale and trust. Inhale, I am held. Exhale and rest. Let the refrain, "Nothing can separate us from the love of God," be a lullaby you hum under your breath, each repetition softening the edges of wakefulness until thought thins into dream. As you drift, picture a gentle procession of images, a hand laid on a head, a torch set by a door, a warm lamp lit in the house of your soul, each one a small emblem of the great truth that God's love is not conditional on your performance, but anchored in His commitment. Rest now into the work of God's Spirit that comfortably keeps you. Be still in the knowledge that the divine life within you is active even as your body rests, that the intercession of the Spirit continues its work when words have ceased. Close with a simple prayer beneath your breath, that you would be carried through the night by the assurance of being God's beloved, that His Spirit would breathe peace into every corner of your mind, and that when morning comes, you would wake gathered, steadied, and renewed. Breathe out slowly now, and let the quiet of Romans 8 settle around you like a soft net, catching every stray worry until sleep can reclaim you. Philippians 4. Rejoice in the Lord always. Let those words be the first easy breath you take into this quiet hour. A simple instruction that needs only your willingness to soften, to let joy be not a performance, but a posture. Imagine Paul's gentle insistence as a friend at the foot of your bed, reminding you that even in small rooms and low lamps, there is a reason to be glad, because God's nearness is not measured by circumstance, but by His presence. Be gentle with one another. Picture tenderness like a blanket folded over the edge of the bed, available to cover every sharp edge of thought. Make room in your heart for that softness, and let it replace the habit of bracing against imagined troubles. Stand firm in the Lord. Feel your feet finding a steady place on the floor of the night, not rigid but rooted, as if the ground itself were shaped by care. Let the conviction that you belong where you are settle into your muscles so you no longer have to scramble for certainty. Let the peace of Christ, which surpasses all understanding, guard your hearts and your minds. Imagine that peace as a quiet sentinel at the doorway of thought, not an absence of feelings, but a presence that keeps the restless from overrunning you. Breathe in the idea that your inner rooms can be watched and kept, and as you exhale, release the need to hold every worry up to the light. Whatever is true, whatever is honorable, whatever is just, whatever is pure, whatever is lovely, whatever is commendable, let these be the steady things you turn to when the mind begins its restless inventory. Think of them as lanterns hung along the corridor of your thoughts, each one offering enough light to walk by without stumbling, but not so bright as to disturb the hush. If there is anything worthy of praise, let your mind rest on it, making a small habit tonight of naming one true lovely thing and letting it fill the space your anxious questions seek to occupy. Do not be anxious about anything. Hear that command not as a demand to be perfect, but as an invitation to hand over the small sticky fears to someone who knows how to hold them. In the quiet, bring your needs, and let prayer be the simple way of placing them into open hands. In prayer and supplication with thanksgiving, present your requests to God. Picture a table before you where each request is a folded note, placed gently and received with warmth. As you lay them down, let thankfulness be the thread that ties them together, removing the jagged edges that keep you awake. The peace that comes when you do this is not a distant promise, but a present guard. It will stand around your heart and mind like a protective, invisible fence. And inside that fence, your breath may slow and your thoughts find a cadence. Whatever you have learned and received and heard and seen in me, practice these things. Imagine sitting with a trusted teacher who points to small rhythms that have steadied their life. Prayer, gratitude, remembering what is true. Keep company with these patterns tonight, and let them become the language your heart knows when the dark asks questions. The God of peace will be with you. Let that short sentence be the last, steadfast fact you tuck under your pillow. It is not a sweeping theology to solve every fear, but a quiet presence to rest upon like a warm hand at the small of your back, guiding you towards sleep. I rejoiced greatly in the Lord. Let joy, gentle and undemanding, be a companion rather than a performance. Remember the moments today, however small, where something went right or kind, and allow them to parade slowly through your mind like soft lanterns, each one easing the forward push of worry. You were considerate in my distress. Noticing that others have held you in similar ways can be a comfort. Recall the hands that steadied you, and let that memory reassure you that help exists beyond the night. I have learned in whatever situation I am to be content. This contentment is not a denying of pain, but a slow acceptance that you are not defined by the need to fix everything now. Imagine contentment as a small harbor reached after a long day at sea, where your boat can tie up and rest without needing to sail on immediately. I can do all things through him who strengthens me. Take that as a soft word about capability and support. You are not asked to carry alone tonight, and strength can come like a slow tide that lifts rather than a sudden surge that pushes. Yet it is a strength that rearranges burdens into manageable shapes, a quiet muscle that grows with each night you allow yourself to be held. My God will supply every need of yours according to his riches in glory in Christ Jesus. Picture provision, not as extravagant promise, but as careful tending, like a pantry stocked just enough for the season, each need noticed and met in the measured kindness of a good keeper. This is the kind of thought that can steady a mind that imagines scarcity. Let the image of supply replace the hurried catalogue of what-ifs. I have learned to be content. I say it again because habits change slowly. The mind that repeats this becomes trained to look for sufficiency rather than lack, and tonight you can begin that retraining with each small, grateful breath. Rejoice in the Lord always. Return to the opening phrase like a refrain, not to press joy into service, but to remember that jubilation and rest are not enemies. They can coexist as you let gratitude and trust form a pillow for your anxious thoughts. Think of prayer then as a posture rather than a project. Bring to God what you are simply and plainly, with the assurance that thanksgiving shapes your requests into something easier to receive. The peace of Christ will guard your heart and mind. Imagine that guard as tender, not militant. A presence that watches gently, lets the night do its work, and keeps the restless from trespassing. As your breathing slows, name one or two true things, something beautiful, something honorable, something praiseworthy, and let those be the quiet melodies that carry you into the edge of sleep. Rest in the certainty that God hears the soft inventory of your needs, and that the Spirit is at work aligning your heart with what endures. There is nothing you must produce now, only the willingness to be small and honest, and to let the long arc of God's care take over for a while. Picture the God of peace like a calm room with a lamp set just so, the light enough to read by if a thought returns, but dim enough to invite sleep. Let the measured glow be the last landscape you hold. Count not the failures of the day, but the small mercies. A kind word, a meal, a breath that came when the chest felt tight. Turn these over gently like smooth stones and lay them on the table of your mind. As the hours thin and eyelids grow heavy, repeat softly to yourself the anchor words. Rejoice, pray, give thanks. Be content, be still. Let their cadence match the slow in and out of your breath until thoughts lose their sharpness and become part of the hush. Trust that the God who supplies your needs is present now in this moment, that his strength covers your smallness, and that the peace he gives does not require you to solve anything before you sleep. Rest then into the rhythm of these truths. Allow them to rearrange urgency into patience, tension into soft expectancy, questioning into quiet trust. Sleep as a person who is cared for, not as one who must keep watch. Let the last breath be a surrender into the hands that have already promised to keep you, and feel the room of your mind grow wide and safe enough for sleep to come. Psalm 46. Find a place to settle now and allow the sure rhythm of this psalm to be your lullaby. Imagine at once that God is your refuge and strength, an ever-present help in trouble. Let those words be a steady roof over your thoughts as you sink into the mattress of the present moment and feel the weight of the day soften. Picture a strong shelter built of calm stones, not a fragile thing but a refuge whose walls have withstood every storm. Breathe slowly in and imagine the air filling that shelter with a gentle hum. Breathe out and let the day's sharp edges fall like dry leaves at the threshold. Even if the earth shifts, even if mountains topple into the sea, the psalm imagines a steadiness beneath the trembling, a presence that remains when everything else seems to move. Keep your attention on that presence as if it were the beat of a quiet drum guiding each breath. Inhale gentleness, exhale release. There is a river whose streams make glad the city of God. See the water running slow and soft through the streets of a city made of peace. Each ripple is like a small blessing, and each small blessing loosens the tightness in the jaw and the hold of worrying thoughts. Imagine the holy city calm and bright, not far off but nearby, its foundations rooted in a love that does not waver, where the Most High dwells among the people. Let that image broaden your chest and allow your shoulders to drop, as if the city itself were drawing the tension from your limbs. Nations may rage, kingdoms may totter, yet the voice that speaks in the psalm calls for rivers of living water and a sanctuary that cannot be overthrown. So when your mind offers a litany of what-ifs, answer with the picture of unshakable shelter, and let those what-ifs pass like clouds over a sunlit river. The psalm bids us to see the end of turmoil in a surprising way. By stepping back from the frantic flutter and by hearing the one who is exalted among the nations, practice this now by turning your gaze inward to that quiet place where God is exalted, as near as your breathing, and let the posture of praise reshape how your body holds the night. Be still and know that I am God. Say that phrase slowly in your mind and let each word rest like a stone placed precisely into a pocket of your chest. Stillness here is not absence, but presence, a kind of attention that makes room for rest to arrive. You need not fix every loose end tonight. You may simply be still and receive the assurance that the one who orders the world is attentive to the smallest corner of your life. Allow the cadence of the psalm to slow your thinking. Feel the pause between each idea, like a tide pulling back before the next gentle wave arrives, and let that measured space be where sleep begins its careful approach. Notice too the psalm's image of God as a fortress that sees us through the worst of times. Imagine a strong hand, not clenched, but open and ready to steady you if you shift in the night, a presence that will not be surprised by your fear and will not be moved by the loudness of the world. Let your thoughts of shelter be tactile, a blanket of warm light drawn close, a pillow fluffed by hands that know you well, a room whose curtains keep out the loud traffic of worry. As you breathe, picture each inhale bringing the psalm's quiet into your bloodstream, and each exhale releasing the stories that hurry your mind, stories of must-do and must-fix that do not need to be tended now. There is also a gentle command here. Let the tumult of nations subside. In your private night, let the tumult of local anxieties be met with a larger, calm narration that the God who makes wars to cease and breaks bows and snaps spears has authority even over the small battles in your head. In that realization, feel a soft uncoiling begin. Hands unclench, brow unknits, the neck relaxes. The psalm pictures a world where instruments of combat are turned into instruments of peace. Likewise, imagine your thoughts of alarm being repurposed into thoughts of care. A worried scenario becomes a simple problem noted and set on the table, not a furnace that must be kept burning. Hear again the psalm's invitation to be still and let stillness act like balm. When attention slips to a pressing worry, return gently to the image of the river in the city. Let its slow, steady movement be a metronome that times your breathing. Inhale for the river, exhale with the current. Each cycle washes a little more of the night's dust from your mind. Remember, too, that God is exalted among the nations and in the earth. There is sovereignty, not as a distant throne, but as a quiet rule that restores right order. Imagine a gardener tending a dim, nocturnal garden where each small, anxious thought is replanted into soil that will not let it take over the whole bed. Let gratitude be a small companion here. Name silently one thing the day gave you, one small kindness or surprise, and place it gently beside you like a lantern. The psalm's voice reassures that we are not abandoned in the shaking. Picture the shelter around you as concentric circles of care widening out until each anxious edge is cushioned. If images of trouble return, hold them to the light of this psalm. They are scenes in a larger story whose author is steady and benevolent. As heaviness lifts from the limbs and your breath finds length, turn your mind again to the simple refrain. God is our refuge and strength, an ever-present help in trouble. Let those words be both the lock and the key. They close the door on frantic activity and unlock the doorway to rest. Stay with these steady images: river, city, refuge, fortress, stillness, until your eyelids grow heavy and your heartbeat steadies to the slow measure of sleep. End this moment by offering one small prayer of surrender beneath your breath, a single line that says, "I rest here, I trust you with the night," and feel the psalm wrap you as you let go. Let the final hush be the psalm's own assurance, a soft, abiding presence that carries you gently into dream. Psalm 121. Lift up your eyes to the hills. Let that be the gentle invitation that opens this hour. A small, deliberate motion like tilting your face to catch the first warmth of a lamp. Ask softly where your help will come from, and let the answer arrive as if carried on the breeze. Your help comes from the Lord, the maker of heaven and earth. Picture now the hands that shaped mountains and stirred the stars as the same hands that watch the slow meter of your breathing, the same hands that know the map of your small, private worries. Imagine those hands steadying the ground beneath you, making sure it will hold your weight when you shift in the night, smoothing the unseen places where fear might gather. He will not let your foot slip. Hear that phrase as a quiet promise, one you can test by moving a single toe, feeling the bed respond, trusting that the bed of the world is not slippery beneath you, but arranged and kept by a tender, vigilant care. Be mindful of the thought that the one who watches over you neither slumbers nor sleeps. Let that truth be a soft comfort, a lamp that does not go out in the late watches. When the mind whispers, "What if?" answer with the steadiness of this watchful care. There is a guardian whose attention is continuous, whose gaze does not tire at midnight. As you breathe in, imagine that watchfulness, like a light at the edge of a forest, steady, not harsh. A light that opens a path rather than exposing every shadow. As you breathe out, let the urge to tally every trouble drop away, surrendered into that light's wide field of attention. The Lord watches over you. The Lord is your shade at your right hand. Picture a broad, reassuring shade that cools the parts of you that feel hot with worry, a protective presence placed exactly where you need it, easing the tension in your shoulders and the tightness at the base of your neck. By day the sun will not strike you harshly, and by night the moon will not harm you. Allow these images to become small certainties. The day's bright anxieties will not scorch you, and the night's pale worries will not wound. Both are held in a shelter that neither sun nor moon can disturb. The Lord will keep you from all harm. Hear that not as a challenge to reality, but as a promise of a faithful tending. Harm may appear in stories you rehearse, but it will not be the last word in the story He keeps. He will watch over your life. Consider life here as a thread carried carefully from dawn to dawn. The same hand guiding that thread through every tiny eye and knot, so that the tapestry at the end will show more care than the anxious mind can predict. Your going out and your coming in from this time forth and forevermore, let those words map the whole span of your days and nights. Every small departure from rest, every return to the pillow is kept, encompassed by the same unbroken attention. If the room feels small, imagine your life as a path under a great sky. Each step is seen, each rest is noticed, and nothing slips into the dark unnoticed. Feel the cadence of these phrases like a lullaby you can repeat at will. My help comes from the Lord. He will not let my foot slip. He who watches over Israel will neither slumber nor sleep. He will keep your coming and your going from this time forth and forevermore. Repeat them slowly in the mind as you find a rhythm for your breathing. Inhale for the first phrase, hold gently for the second, exhale into the third. Let the fourth settle like a final tuck at the edge of a blanket. Anchor your attention to the steady facts of this psalm, rather than feeding the small nagging what-ifs. When a thought about tomorrow intrudes, picture it being received by the Lord's watchful hands and set aside like a folded note on a careful table. Imagine too that the hills you once looked to for help are not distant and indifferent, but part of the landscape the Lord shaped with intention. They stand as witnesses to the same steady work He does in you. Allow the mental image of hills to turn into something tactile, the weight of a shoulder on a cushion, the firmness beneath your spine, the slow relaxation of a jaw that has been clenched. As the body follows the mind into calm, let your breath lengthen on its own. There is no hurry, no demand to solve everything before the night is through. This present rest is itself a work of trust. If fears return like small tenacious insects, name them briefly and hand them to the promise that the Lord will keep you. Picture the promise as a gentle net, broad and generous, catching even the smallest worry and clustering it into a manageable pile that the keeper will tend in the morning. The psalm does not erase difficulty. Instead, it reorients you to a source stronger than your fret, a presence that surrounds rather than judges your fragility. Feel the quiet dignity of being watched over by one who made the sky. It reframes loneliness into companionship, the restlessness of the night into an ongoing conversation where each sigh of yours is heard and held. Lie quietly now and let the words become a slow tide. Lift up your eyes. Where does help come from? My help comes from the Lord, the maker of heaven and earth. He will not let your foot slip. He who keeps you will neither slumber nor sleep. The Lord will keep your coming and your going from this time forth and forevermore. Let those lines be the soft spine of your thought tonight, repeated as many times as needed, each repetition loosening the bands of anxious rehearsal until a gentle, blanketing calm takes over. Trust the watchful presence to steady the body. Feel hands unclench, shoulders drop, eyelids grow heavier, and allow the certainty of being kept to become the last thing you carry into sleep. Rest now under that quiet keeping, knowing your comings and goings are held forevermore. John 10:1-18. Hear the voice that knows you, close enough that the syllables of your name could rest on the air like a feather. And let this hour be the place where you return to the sound that calls you home. Imagine a gate opening softly, an invitation that requires no performance, only the simple act of listening, and let that subtle opening be your first exhale as the world outside quiets. In this picture, the shepherd does not shout from afar, but walks the fence line and leans down to speak. His tone is familiar and patient, the kind of voice that asks nothing dramatic, but simply reminds you which way to turn when the night's small alarms try to steer you away. He knows the sheep by name and calls them by it. Feel the warmth of that knowing, like a hand laid on your shoulder, gentle enough to steady and steadying enough to let your shoulders drop their guard. Imagine the sheepfold as a safe circle, a place where every worry can be set down at the threshold. The gatekeeper watches and lets only what belongs pass through, so bring with you only what needs tending and leave the rest where it cannot intrude into sleep. The Good Shepherd leads into pastures they do not have to conquer, pastures they are invited into. Picture lush grass that does not demand effort to find, slow waters that flow without hurry, and let your breathing relax to match that unhurried pace. Inhale as the shepherd guides you forward. Exhale as you sink into the ease of being led. If the world's cunning voices try to mimic the shepherd's call, practice the simple, calming task of discernment. Listen for the voice that knows the rhythm of your heart, rather than the one that tries to sell you fear, and let recognition itself be a balm. Your chest will ease simply by remembering the right tone. Know, too, that the gate is not a barrier that locks you out of rest, but a threshold that keeps watch on your behalf. Safety here is not a sterile cage, but a tender keeping, where the shepherd stands, ready to fend off the truly dangerous and to quiet the merely loud. He calls you out by name, and when you walk with him there is a companion's pace, not an exhausting race. Feel the steadiness of footsteps that match yours, a single rhythm that your mind can learn to follow like a lullaby. The shepherd lays down his life for the sheep. Hold that image gently as proof that the care surrounding you is not casual, but costly and certain. It is the kind of love that would cross any night to find you, and that refuses to leave you to whatever frightens you in the dark. Trust that this love is active now, not dormant. It watches the edges of the field and picks up the smallest stray thought, so that you need not chase every stray worry into the hours beyond reason. If anxious rehearsals start to rerun the day's troubles, imagine placing each scene into the hand of the shepherd and letting him nudge them into the central fold where they can be tended, not endlessly replayed. He leads so the sheep may have life. Here life is not frantic activity, but abundance that nourishes and restores. Picture it as a gentle enlargement of the inner room where you think and feel, where worry has less space to stomp and rest has room to grow. The shepherd knows the dangers that prowl by night and will not be fooled by their loudness. Each promise he makes is a small promise kept, the protection, the guidance, the steady return to the path. And each kept promise is a small stone of proof you can hold when reasoning alone tries to argue you awake. Let the recognition of his voice become a breathing exercise. Inhale and think of the sound that calms you. Exhale and let the other voices fade a little more. Repeat and notice how the pulse softens, how the forehead unclenches, how the jaw relaxes. Imagine the sheepfold's gate closing gently behind you, not as an end but as a necessary hush that allows sleep to enter. Nothing frantic is required to be admitted, only the surrender of rest to the one who watches. There is no shame in following. In the quietness of this hour, following feels like leaning into a steady backrest, a willing acceptance of help and guidance that relieves the shoulders of their habitual lift. Even the smallness of your faith tonight is enough to be recognized. If you can only whisper, that whisper will be heard, and if you can only nod, that nod is sufficient. The shepherd measures not by the volume of your resolve, but by the sincerity of the turn toward him. Let the thought that you are known to this degree loosen the tight rehearsing mind. You are not an anonymous worry to be filed. You are a named presence, cherished and kept. As the night settles, picture the shepherd moving among the folds, checking the flanks, smoothing the ruffled fur of the restless ones. His care is meticulous and tender, and the effect is cumulative. Each small act of tending ripples outward, so that even the deepest anxieties begin to feel attended to rather than abandoned. If memories come that sting, imagine him turning them over as a shepherd turns a stone, revealing instead the tender root beneath, a remnant of care, a lesson learned, a mercy that did not make headlines but still steadied a step, and tuck that softer truth close as a blanket for the heart. The gatekeeper's watch is steady and unhurried. There is no need to match his pace with frantic planning. Instead, echo his tempo. Breathe in for 3, breathe out for 5, and let the pattern become a small ritual of trust that trains the nervous system into ease. He owns a voice that strangers cannot mimic. When you repeat the simplest phrase he has spoken, words of belonging, words of permission to rest, words of safety, say them slowly to yourself until they sink like seeds into sleep. I am with you. You are known. You may rest. Allow the imagery of community to settle as well, not because you must perform companionship, but because you are part of a fold, a larger body of those whom the shepherd tends. Knowing others share this same care is a soft presence that quiets the argument that you must solve everything alone. The shepherd's care rewrites the late-hour narratives. What felt like an urgent problem becomes a noted item on a table, where practical attention will come at morning light rather than a furnace that must be kept burning through the night. Let that reframing ease the adrenaline of immediacy and make room for restorative sleep. Picture finally the shepherd pausing at your bed, leaning close and merely listening. No scolding, only presence. Feel that listening as an invitation to unburden the last small weight from your chest, to murmur one short surrender, and then to fold your hands in a small private thank you for the shelter. As your eyelids grow heavier, repeat the call and response one more time. Hear his voice. Answer with your breath. Be led into pasture. Let the last scene be the soft click of the gate closing, the rustle of restful grass, the low cadence of a shepherd's step retreating but never leaving, and rest in the certainty that the one who calls by name will keep calling through the watches of the night so you may sleep, knowing you are found, tended, and beloved. 2 Corinthians 4:5. Rest here and listen to a word that steadies the heart. We do not lose heart. When the outer parts of us feel worn and tired, there is an inward renewal that quietly keeps time with the breath. Imagine yourself as a fragile vessel, thin clay, familiar to all your aches and small failures, and within that vessel there is a treasure, a light not made by your own hands, but placed there by a gentle, faithful hand. Breathe in and let that image settle. The fragile jar of your body is held, and the treasure inside glows steady and warm. The light does not deny the cracks. Rather, it shows how even through the breaks, something beautiful can shine, how your weakness becomes the stage for a strength that is soft and patient. As you lie still, picture your worries, those heavy, restless thoughts that move like small stones in a pocket, one by one being lifted out and set down at the edge of the bed. See the light in the jar as a quiet guard, turning each stone into a smaller thing, something that will not disturb the hush of night. Know too that what we feel in this moment is temporary, a brief, pressing wait compared to the gentle, unhurried future that waits. This present pressure is described like an affliction that for a moment works, not to destroy you, but to prepare you for a glory that is beyond measure. Let that future not be a far-off idea, but a soft place to rest upon now. Imagine a field beyond the edge of sleep, where burdens unlace, and a wide sky invites easing. Every long breath takes you a little closer. As you breathe in, allow your chest to receive the promise that what is seen is fleeting, and as you breathe out, let go of the frantic need to fix what the dark cannot change. Your attention, guided by a steady hand, moves from the noisy surface of thought into the deeper current beneath it. There is a rhythm here, a truth to be learned in the hush, that though the outer body declines, the inner self is being renewed day by day. Picture renewal like a slow, careful mending at the center of your being, each stitch a memory of kindness, each stitch drawing a little more peace across the weary places of your mind. If tonight your mind rehearses grievances or makes a list of tomorrow's alarms, imagine those items being placed gently on a table before the one who is reconciling all things. In that room of reconciling care, nothing needs to be hidden. Confess the small, urgent anxieties like pebbles you set down, and feel the relief as the hand that holds the treasure rearranges them into manageable stacks, not with brusque speed, but with patient order. Consider what it means to live by faith, not by sight. Let your eyelids lower as your eyes turn away from the bright, insistent screens of worry and look instead into the softer, unseen things. Love that has come to you in steady, unremarkable ways, promises kept in small mercies, the presence that does not rush but remains. Faith here is not a performance. It is a gentle leaning inward, like resting your head against a familiar shoulder. Let the knowledge that we walk by this hidden faith be a lullaby. With each slower exhale, imagine the pace of your chest matching that quiet step, and with each inhale remind yourself, simply and kindly, that you are covered. We carry in our bodies the death of Jesus, so that the life of Jesus may also be revealed in us. In the hush of this hour, picture that life as a warm current moving through the thin walls of the jar, making the little lamp inside visible from outside, drawing attention not to what is broken, but to what shines through it. This mystery is not meant to terrify, but to tenderly transform. Where there was shame, there can be acceptance. Where there was doubt, there can be a steadying hand. Let the thought cradle your rest. Being known does not demand proof. Being loved does not require perfection. You may simply be. Think too of the ministry of reconciliation as a quiet practice that begins in the bedrock of your own heart. As night narrows the world, imagine God arranging the scattered pieces of long-standing friction, regrets, old arguments, self-condemnations, into a gentle mosaic of lessons and grace. Each time you allow forgiveness to land in the small corners of memory, you make room for peace to live there. If there is someone you are worried about, picture them across a calm plain and see a bridge of light being built slowly from both sides. Note the way this image softens the grip of anxious imagining, because the work of reconciling is already underway by hands wiser than yours. Remember that even if we must appear before Christ, it is not to be judged into exile, but to be welcomed home. Think of that future meeting as a returning to a familiar room where every habit is known and every tiredness is gently attended. The thought is not meant to alarm, but to comfort. To live with the awareness of being accepted changes how you breathe now. Let the idea of being at home with the Lord be the palm you rest your forehead against. As your jaw unclenches, as your shoulders drop, place a single inward word beside your breath, home. And let it repeat slowly with the rhythm of the inhale and exhale. We toil, yes, but not as those without hope. Our labor is aligned with a purpose that outlasts the small catastrophes of the night. Picture each small effort of tonight, each attempt to calm, each tiny surrender of control, as a stitch in a durable cloth that will one day be worn proudly, not as proof of worthiness, but as the evidence of a life lived in the slow light of faith. The passage tells us that because we know the one who raised Jesus, our perspective shifts. We do not focus on what can be touched, but on what is unseen and lasting. Let your imagination dwell on unseen things that nurture, a kindness that was offered without fanfare, the steady pulse of a friend's presence, the ordinary bread that fed you when you were hungry. Let these quieter images replace the urgent loud ones. If turmoil knocks at your inner door, answer with simple facts. You are loved, you are held, you are being renewed. Say them slowly, as if whispering them under your breath. You are loved, you are held, you are being renewed. Each repetition is a small lulling bell that drowns out the sharpness of insomnia's louder alarms. And as you drift, consider the tender paradox that our fragility is the very place where grace can be most clearly seen. The jar is not shamed but cherished. The cracks are not hidden but permitted to let light through. In that light, allow yourself to imagine a future morning where the previously noisy worries have been rearranged into a quiet list of things to handle with thoughtful care, each item addressed in daylight with clearer judgment. Tonight is not the crucible where everything must be solved. It is the room where rest is allowed to happen and where trust can be practiced in small, restful acts, breathing, naming one need, and then letting it go, feeling the chest soften. Let reconciliation not just be an abstract doctrine, but a practical, immediate kindness poured into your night. If your mind wants to rehearse grievances, hand them over into the ministry of reconciliation by picturing them placed into the hands of one who will mend. If you are burdened by fear of the future, fold that worry into the larger promise that our present troubles are temporary and that a weight of glory awaits, light enough to be carried with calm. Allow your breathing to match this slow cadence. Inhale for 4. Hold 2 if that feels natural. Exhale for 6. And as you do, imagine the treasure inside the jar glowing a little brighter with every exhale, until the glow becomes a soft lamp warming your chest. If tears come, let them fall without hurry. They are part of the renewing work, small rains that cleanse the clay. Know that the ministry we bear is not our own making, but a calling to point toward peace. In the hush of the night, you can participate in that ministry by letting peace be the last work you do before sleep, by choosing to place one small care into another pair of hands, and by releasing the insistence that everything depends on your vigilance. As your awareness thins and the ordinary blur of living drains into the restful pool beneath, carry one last image with you. A fragile jar set in a careful palm, a treasure lamp inside burning, not because the jar is perfect, but because it was given a light that will not go out. Rest in that gift, breathe it in, and let the steady truth of being known, reconciled, and loved lead you gently into sleep. Psalm 103. Bless the Lord, O my soul. Let that opening command be the softest thing you offer yourself tonight. Say it aloud in your mind, and feel how it shifts the weight in your chest just a fraction, as if a window were opened and a cool, steady breeze came in to move the curtains of thought. Remember all his benefits, Let the phrase guide your breathing. Inhale slowly and think of one small kindness you received today. Exhale and let a tiny thank you rest on your heart. Inhale again and name another quiet mercy. And exhale, letting it settle like a smooth stone in the palm of your awareness. He forgives all your iniquity. He heals all your diseases. Hear that as a tender assurance rather than a list to evaluate. Imagine the forgiveness as an unfastening of knots you have held in your chest, each release loosening muscle and thought until your shoulders drop and your jaw unclenches. He redeems your life from the pit. Picture a hand reaching into the dark places you dread, bringing back what was lost and breathing warmth into it so it is no longer cold and sharp, but softened and whole. He crowns you with steadfast love and mercy. Imagine a gentle wreath placed at the base of your skull, a ring of quiet kindness that presses neither weight nor expectation, but warmth, and allow that crown to be the thing that steadies your neck and quiets the tension behind your eyes. He satisfies you with good, so that your youth is renewed like the eagle's. Let the renewal be a slow lifting, not sudden but cumulative, a small fullness that begins at the center of the chest and spreads outward, making your limbs feel lighter, your mind less frantic, your breath longer. The Lord works righteousness and justice for all who are oppressed. If your heart carries the ache of things that feel unfair, let this be a larger perspective to rest against. There is a steady moral heartbeat in the universe that leans toward repair, and you may let that steadier rhythm relieve the urgency of your private grievances. He made known his ways to Moses, his acts to the people of Israel. Think of this as a heritage of care passed down like a lamp from hand to hand. You are part of that long family of those who have rested in God's ways, and tonight you may receive that lamp as it comes toward you, small and glowing enough to read by. The Lord is merciful and gracious, slow to anger and abounding in steadfast love. Let those adjectives be a soft cadence you repeat with your breath. Merciful, gracious, slow to anger, abounding in steadfast love, each one a little anchor. As far as the east is from the west, so far does he remove our transgressions from us. Use that image as a restful geography. Your mistakes, your rehearsed regrets, the things that replay in the quiet, all set them mentally on a map and imagine them carried away farther and farther until they are as unseen as a distant shore. Like a father to his children, so is the Lord to those who fear him. If parental images bring comfort, imagine a careful hand smoothing your hair, a patient voice humbling the urgency of your mind. If that image is complicated, allow the metaphor to stand simply for steady, protecting care that does not demand you be impressive to be worthy of rest. He knows how we are formed, that we are but dust. Let the humility of being dust be freeing rather than belittling. Dust can be cradled, dust can be shaped, dust can be held within a vast and patient house. The days of man are as grass. This is not a sentence of despair, but an invitation to let the small dramas of tonight pass like blades in a field, caught briefly by attention, and then softened back into the long, patient green. Bless the Lord, O my soul, and forget not all his benefits. Return to that simple instruction when the mind begins its restless inventory. Naming one benefit, then another, becomes an antidote to the mind's tendency to magnify lack. As you breathe, feel how each remembered mercy settles like a pebble into a quiet pool, the circles overlapping until the whole surface is a steady, gentle motion rather than frantic splashing. Let your body follow your mind. Soften the feet. Feel the bed hold you, unclench each hand, relax the throat. With each physical loosening, imagine the Psalm's compassion washing over those places, a balm that is patient and thorough. When old fears push toward you, place them on the table of God's steadfast love and let the Psalm's verbs do the work. Forgive, heal, redeem, crown, satisfy. Each action a small promise that there is something beyond your effort arranging for you tonight. If your conscience pricks you, bring it here and allow the imagery of forgiveness to do its gentle unburdening. Do not try to rehearse penances or plan fixes right now. This hour is for being received. not for doing more. Think too of how the psalm moves from the individual to the cosmic. The mercy that attends you is the same mercy that governs the heights and the seas. That continuity is a calming frame. Your smallness is nested within a care that is vast. Let thanks be your small practice. Whisper one or two quiet gratitudes, perhaps for breath, for warmth, for a face that smiled, and feel gratitude's soft gravity pull the scattered thoughts back into a gentle focus. If tears come, let them. Psalm 103 knows the tender interplay of pain and mercy and does not ask you to be dry-eyed to be acceptable. As your breathing finds a softer rhythm, trace a circle inside your chest where the crown of steadfast love rests. Imagine it glowing faintly, a low, steady light that needs nothing from you but your willingness to be warmed by it. Move your attention slowly from head to toe and notice each place the psalm seems to touch. Forgiveness across the face of regret, healing across the body's small aches, redemption in the places you feared lost, love knitting the tired edges back together. Let the psalm's repeated call, bless the Lord, be a mantra not of obligation but of rest. Bless, breathe in. The Lord's benefit, breathe out. When your mind wanders to tomorrow's tasks or the replay of the day's awkward moments, gently bring it back with the psalm's geography. The east and west are far apart. Transgressions are carried away. Mercy is abundant. These are soft facts to rest against. Picture the steady rhythm of God's attributes as a slow metronome, marking out the night into safe measures. Mercy, grace, patience, steadfast love, 1, 2, 3, 4, and let your heart's pulse slow to match it. Allow the image of being crowned with love to become tactile, a warmth at the base of your skull, a settled light behind your sternum, a slight easing behind the eyes. In these images, the psalm offers not frenzy, but a pace for the soul. Take that pace now, inhaling steadily to the count that feels natural, exhaling long enough to let the muscles know they have permission to settle. Keep company with this psalm as though you were sitting in a quiet room with an old friend who repeats the same comforts, because the comfort itself increases with hearing. Forgiveness, healing, redemption, crowning, satisfaction, renewing. Let each word be a soft thread that sews your scattered thoughts into a simple cloth of trust. If the night brings memories that startle, imagine them viewed at a distance where they cannot startle so fiercely. Seen through the window of God's steadfast love, they look smaller, less sharp, and the edges that used to sting are smoothed by mercy. As sleep approaches, let the psalm's refrain be the last thing you think. Bless the Lord, O my soul, forget not all his benefits. He is compassionate and gracious, slow to anger and abounding in steadfast love. Rest in those truths as in a soft place, trusted, long-standing, and larger than tonight's small catastrophes, and let your breathing become the quiet echo of that larger heart. In the morning, these quieted mercies will still be there. Tonight, allow them to be the only work you do. Receive, rest, and be kept. Isaiah 55. Come all who thirst. Hear that as a quiet invitation that crosses the hush of night and reaches straight to the small ache behind the breastbone. Imagine a table laid in the middle of a desert where you are not expected to bring anything but an openness to receive, where water is poured freely and bread is given without price, and let that picture be the first soft exhale that loosens the shoulders. Listen to the gentle call. Seek the Lord while he may be found. Take it as permission to search for rest now, not as a task to be finished, but as a small movement of leaning toward a light in the same room with you. Seek him in the shallow places of your breath and the deep places of your tiredness, and know that seeking here is not striving but turning your face. Call upon the Lord while he is near. Speak one small name of longing into the dark. A word, a one-sentence prayer, a whispered hope. Place it like a pebble into still water and watch the small rings widen until they are enough to carry you. For my thoughts are not your thoughts, says the Lord. My ways are higher than your ways. Let that promise ease the pressure to understand everything before sleep. because there is a mind greater than the anxious mind that is already at work weaving tomorrow and beyond, and you need not carry the loom alone tonight. Consider the image of rain that falls from heaven, gentle, persistent, restorative. Think of mercy as that rain, softening the hard places in your chest, making the soil of your mind receptive to calm. As the rain settles, the scattered seeds of worry sink and begin to root in steadier ground. Do not hold tight to the list of things undone as if they were the only measure of your worth. Instead, come to the waters, eat what is good, delight yourself in abundance. Imagine delight as a small, warm thing that sits in your chest and spreads a lack of urgency through your limbs. Give ear and come to me. Listen for the tone of one who speaks without hurry, whose words are not demands but invitations. Let me teach you the way that leads to rest, teach you mercy that settles like a blanket across scattered thoughts. Seek justice? Seek mercy? Here the homework of the heart becomes sweet and simple. Choose the things that loosen rather than tighten, the rhythms that steady rather than scatter. As you lie quietly, picture mountains being leveled and valleys raised in the landscape of your concerns, not to erase the past, but to make a straight path home, your anxious turns smoothed into a gentle road you can walk without counting each step. Let the notion that God's word accomplishes what it intends be a small companion tonight. Just as rain does not return to the clouds without having softened the earth, the promises you rest upon have their own work that continues even when you sleep. If the mind rehearses old scenes, imagine them spoken into a larger script where every scene finds its place. The words you hear in your head need not be the director of this hour. Let the voice of the one who brings peace be the softer conductor. Breathe in slowly and imagine the breath as a drink of water. Breathe out and feel the release, as if a gentle tide took with it the small, urgent pictures that stirred the body tight. Draw near and let the covenant of mercy be felt as a steady warmth, a lamp on the bedside table that does not glare but makes the room kindly and manageable. The Lord says, "Seek the Lord while he may be found. Call upon him while he is near." Repeat that quietly to yourself as a breath cue. Inhale with seek, exhale with call, and notice how the rhythm of the sentence helps the rhythm of the chest. Consider too the image of planting. Like trees beside streams whose leaves do not wither, you can be planted in a place of steadiness. Imagine roots growing quietly as you rest, drawing up what you need so you need not fret about provision tonight. When worry rises like wind, let the promise of a growing canopy be your reply. Shade arrives in time, but the seed of it is being set right now by a care that does not sleep. The passage also tells us that God's word goes out and accomplishes its purpose. Think of those words as a quiet gardener who goes before you, preparing your path so that when you wake, there is a smoother way to walk, not because everything will be solved at once, but because an unseen hand has already begun to tend what you leave behind. This is not magic, but faithful attention. The one who spoke the stars into place can arrange small mercies in the margins of your life while your eyelids grow heavy. Let the mind that wants to forecast tomorrow be calmed by the counsel that God's plan is good and generous. You may tuck your what-ifs into his hands like folded letters and trust they will be opened in the right season. If the chest tightens at memories of failure, let the image of a city rebuilt be your salve. Old walls become gates and old scars become foundations. The architecture of your life is being reworked into something secure, and sleeping is part of the reconstruction. A nightly healing time when the building slows and menders work. Rest in the tender paradox that to come close to God, you do not have to produce a perfect devotional or a flawless prayer. Simply leaning and listening, sending one soft name into the quiet, is enough to draw near. Picture the Sabbath quiet as a hand that smooths the rumpled sheet of the day. You do not need to iron everything tonight. The pressed places will be attended in time. The chapter's invitation is broad and generous. Come without money, buy and eat, which can be translated into tonight's practice. Come without having fixed everything, arrive with the broken pieces, and eat of the free bread of grace. Let gratitude be a small practice here. Name one thing, even small, a warm cup, a voice you heard, a brief laugh, and let it sit in your palms like a pebble you turn over until its smoothness becomes a comfort. If fear insists upon a final argument, answer with the larger, quieter facts. God's thoughts are not your thoughts. His ways are higher. His word will not return empty. Resting is an act of trust in that higher thinking. It is not passive resignation, but a conscious handing over of the night to a mind that thinks well beyond yours. As sleep settles, imagine the room filling, not with noise, but with a soft rain of mercy, each drop a quiet insistence that you are held. Let the last drifting images be the river, the tree, the straight road, the generous table, simple but sufficient, until the body follows and the mind eases. Breathe in once more, taking the invitation into the lungs. Come, all who thirst. Breathe out and let the breath carry the small private burdens out into the wide, patient care of Jesus, whose presence is near and whose word will do what it promises. Psalm 34. I will bless the Lord at all times. Let that opening be a quiet bell you can return to again and again as your breathing slows. Imagine saying it softly to yourself, not as a task, but as a gentle acknowledgement that even when the mind rustles with concern, there is something steadfast at the heart of things, a reason to lift a small peaceful word. Taste and see that the Lord is good. Take that invitation as if someone set before you a cup of cool water in the middle of a parched road. Breathe in slowly. Imagine that coolness spreading from the chest into the shoulders, and breathe out all the tight wanting that has kept you restless. Make the Lord your song. Picture a simple melody hummed under the hum of worry, a tune so familiar it can return you to a place where the hands unclench and the jaw loosens. Let the rhythm of that song match the slow in and out of your breath until each repetition is a small lullaby for your nervous system. Seek the Lord and His strength. Seek His face continually. Hear this not as a command to fix yourself, but as an invitation to turn your attention toward a steady presence, like tilting a face toward a warm lamp in the dark. As you do, notice the habitual scanning of problems slow, replaced by the steady light that reveals only what needs gentle tending tonight. The angel of the Lord encamps around those who fear Him and delivers them. Imagine a circle of quiet attendants, not loud or alarming, but soft-footed and attentive, tucking your worries away like loose ties before you lie down, smoothing the last creases of the day so sleep can settle. When troubles crowd, remember that many are the afflictions of the righteous, but the Lord delivers them out of them all. This is not a promise of a trouble-free life, but a quiet assurance that the weight you feel is not left to crush you. A trustworthy hand collects each burden and sets it where it can be mended. Look at this as a pocket full of small stones. Name one worry gently. Place it in the palm of the promise. Cry out, and the Lord hears. Call, and the Lord answers. You do not need to carry every pebble tonight. The Lord is near to the brokenhearted and saves the crushed in spirit. If your chest feels as if it has been pressed too long, imagine a soft, warm presence leaning in, a careful hand easing the pressure until breath can return to a kinder pace. Let that nearness be the bedside lamp you return to whenever a thought grows sharp. The eyes of the Lord are toward the righteous, and His ears are open to their cry. Picture attentive listening as a room with wide windows. The light of care comes in and draws the outlines of your small pains into shapes that can be tended, not monstrous things that must be battled alone. The Lord redeems the life of His servants. None who take refuge in Him will be condemned. Let refuge be a practical image, a small shelter built of steady promises, where the voice inside you that counts failures can quiet and allow the softer voice of mercy to speak. Keep your tongue from evil and your lips from speaking deceit. Turn from evil and do good. Hear these lines as simple practices for the night. No need to rehearse harsh words or spin worst-case plays. Instead, Choose one honest, gentle thought to hold as you settle, a truth that soothes rather than sharpens. The righteous cry out, and the Lord hears them and delivers them from all their troubles. Repeat quietly the small facts you know to be true, so the mind has less reason to invent new alarms. You are held, you are heard, you will be helped. Many are the afflictions, yes, yet the Lord keeps all of their bones. Not one of them will be broken. This tender image can rest like an amulet against the fear that the night will fracture you. Picture bones being kept whole, a careful custodian ensuring your fragile parts remain intact through the dark hours. The Lord redeems the soul from destruction and crowns you with steadfast love and mercy. Imagine a crown not heavy but warm, set not as praise for performance, but as a comforting rim of kindness placed at the base of your skull, a circlet of mercy that eases tension and invites sleep. Whoever looks to him is radiant, and their faces shall never be ashamed. Think of radiance here as a quiet inner illumination that does not shine like a spotlight, but like the steady glow of coals in a hearth, enough to make the room safe and familiar. The Lord is near to the broken-hearted. Hear that sentence again and let it be a soft bedrock you can return to when thoughts insist on prowling. Taste then and see. Come near and receive. These are small verbs meant for tonight. Come close without pretense. Receive without the need to prove. Taste without the fear of scarcity. Let each inhalation be a small tasting, each exhale a settling into the goodness that is already at hand. If memories arise with heat, imagine them cooled by a stream the Lord has placed at the edge of your thought. Dip one anxious image in, watch the steam rise away, and set it down on the far bank to be attended in the daylight. If fear whispers of abandonment, answer with this easy fact. Help is never far. An attentive presence encamps around you now. Allow the cadence of the psalm to shape your breath. A long, deliberate in-breath for the promise, a slow, releasing out-breath for the worry. Repeat, letting the words and the breath become one steady rhythm. As you grow drowsy, picture the night as a patient friend who does not demand solutions but offers space. Lay down the urgent projects and the hurried decisions, and let the Lord hold them in a place where they can be seen with clearer eyes in the morning. In this quiet, let gratitude be the counterweight to anxiety. Name one small mercy before sleep, give thanks for one small kindness, and let that thankfulness hang like a lantern over the bed, softening the dark and making the way to dream gentle. Rest now in the Psalm's promise. When the righteous cry, the Lord hears. He is near to the broken-hearted. He saves, preserves, crowns, and delivers. Carry those phrases as a slow refrain beneath your breath until their steady truth settles every hurried knot in the mind, and the body finally lets go into sleep. Psalm 27. The Lord is my light and my salvation. Say that phrase slowly to yourself, and let it be a gentle hinge that swings your attention from the clamor of the day to a steadier place. Imagine a soft lantern held low beside your bed, its glow neither harsh nor demanding, but warm enough to reveal the familiar, comforting shapes of your room. The blanket folded just so, the curve of your pillow, the quiet rhythm of your own breathing. When fears crowd in like nightbirds at the window, remember the picture of the Lord as a steady lamp. There is an illumination that quietly shows you the way out of anxious loops, not by exposing every detail, but by marking a single, safe step forward. The Lord is the stronghold of my life. Let that word stronghold translate into a tactile sense of shelter around you. Walls that do not press close but hold kindly. A roof that neither leaks panic nor lets the wind of what-ifs disturb the hush inside. Consider the image of being led to a high place where noise cannot reach you. Even if the valley below shouts its alarms, you stand above them, held in a vantage that lets the heart unclench. When the psalmist asks, "Of whom shall I be afraid?" let the question land in your chest, not to stir argument but to steady you. Answer it simply with the small fact that a guarding presence rests nearer than your nearest thought. There may be adversaries in the story the mind tells at night, people, regrets, old failed attempts, but each named threat becomes smaller when held against the larger reality of a sheltering love. The psalmist longs to dwell in the house of the Lord all the days of his life. Imagine that dwelling not as an exclusive temple, but as a familiar home with a small table, a warm lamp, a chair pulled close so you can rest without pretending to be anything other than you are. Picture yourself moving through that house to a quiet room, kept spare and tidy for this very hour. Nothing in it demands performance, only presence. To gaze upon the beauty of the Lord is the psalm's yearning. Let beauty here be simple, sunlight on a low windowsill, the steady rise and fall of breath, the remembered kindness of someone who passed you a smile, and allow that beauty to act like a mirror that reflects calm back to you. If courage feels thin, let the memory of small past mercies be the muscle you flex. Recall a time when a problem passed, or when a stranger's kindness surprised you, and let that memory be a pebble you tuck into your pocket of faith, something tangible to rub between your fingers when the night grows insistent. The psalmist speaks candidly of enemies who assail and oppress. Take that candidness as permission to be real with your own nighttime fears. Name them softly without amplifying them. Place them on the table in the quiet room, and then sit back into the chair of the Lord's presence, where they cannot lean on you. There is a posture suggested here, to wait for the Lord. Waiting is not idle despair, but a disciplined, restful attention, like sitting at a harbor and watching the tide come in. Each breath a small acknowledgement that you do not have to force the movement of all things tonight. Practice the psalm's slow work. Breathe in with the sense I am held, breathe out with I will wait, and let that cycle steady the racing mind until its pace matches the slow movements of the breath. When the heart asks for guidance, teach me your way, O Lord, lead me on a level path because of my enemies. Receive it as a prayer you can repeat without urgency. Teach me, lead me, level my path. These are little requests appropriate for this hour, small petitions that do not require elaborate strategies, only a quiet willingness to be guided. Envision the Lord smoothing the path beneath your feet as if he were a gardener leveling the walkway, removing a stone here and a bramble there, so that when the morning comes, your steps are steadier and your decisions clearer. If the night brings a wrestling with questions, why this, why now, permit the psalm's honest voice to carry your complaint without shame. It models a faith that is not afraid to ask, to ache, and to trust at the same time. Courage, the psalm says, wait for the Lord and be strong. Let that exhortation be your bedside encouragement. Be strong in the manner of a breath that does not fight itself. Be strong as muscles relax, and the nervous system yields to a rhythm more ancient than your haste. Imagine the Lord setting a lamp at the head of your bed, not glaring but steady, and as you breathe, let that lamp's light trace along your collarbone, down into the chest, into the belly, each pass warming a small area of tension until it softens. The psalmist also pictures singing and making melody to the Lord. You need not sing aloud now, but carry a simple inner melody, a two-note hum or a phrase like I am safe, and let its repetition become a gentle metronome for the brain. When shame or regret creeps in like a chill at the ankles, let the psalm's promise of confidence replace the chill. The Lord will hide you in his shelter in the day of trouble. He will conceal you in the pavilion of his presence. Picture that concealment as a warm cloak drawn up to your chin, not to hide you in shame, but to create a private, safe space where rest can occur. If thoughts of tomorrow skitter across your mind, take a page from the psalmist and set them aside gently. Make a small practical list if that helps, a few sentences that note what can be done in the morning, and then place that list on the bedside table in your mind, knowing it is noticed and will be retrieved at the right hour. Today's heavy load need not be carried through the night. You may set it down in the shelter where vigil is kept on your behalf. There is also a profoundly relational note in this chapter. The psalmist seeks the Lord's face. Seeking a face suggests closeness, not theological abstraction. Imagine leaning towards someone you know loves you, trusting that their look will be kind and steady. Let that intimacy be the last movement before sleep, turning inward toward a face of acceptance rather than pushing outward to gather more control. The final counsel of the psalm, hope and courage in waiting, can be practiced as simple physical habits. Loosen the jaw, let the shoulders drop away from the ears, soften the hands in the lap or at the sides, and match those relaxations with an even, unhurried breath. With each exhale, imagine a small knot untying. With each inhale, picture the space that knot used to occupy, filling instead with quiet light from that bedside lamp. If tears come, allow them. They are often the body's way of releasing tight-held stories and making room for gentler rhythms. If sleep seems slow to arrive, do not chase it. Return instead to the images here: the lamp, the sheltered house, the sure path, the face of the one who calls you by name. Whisper the psalm's simple sentences to yourself as a lullaby. The Lord is my light, the Lord is my stronghold. I will wait for the Lord, and let their repetition become the fabric of a small ritual that soothes the mind. Imagine finally that your rest is being watched over, not by a distant judge, but by a caring host who has already prepared a place for you at the table and a comfortable bed where you are expected. Picture the morning as a patient friend who will wake you in good time. For now, surrender the urgent business of finding solutions and rest in the firm suggestion to wait courageously. Let the last breath be long and soft as a thank you, not because you have accomplished much, but because you have chosen for this hour to be held, to be taught, to be sheltered. Allow the psalm's steady warmth to cover you, and let sleep come as a slow tide beneath the lantern's light. Hebrews 4. Rest now in the idea that there is a promise of a rest still waiting. Let that promise arrive not as an urgent task, but as an offered chair in a quiet room where you are welcome to sit and let the day stop turning inside your head. Imagine the day's long list of musts like a coat you can take off and hang one by one on a peg by the door, each tag slipping free as a small surrender into the waiting hands of someone steady. Hear the soft insistence that the gift of Sabbath rest is not a thing to be earned tonight, but a place to be entered. A calm house open to you where doors are wide and the lamp has already been lit. Its glow enough to read by if a stray thought returns, but gentle enough to invite the eyelids to close. The chapter reminds us that the promise remains for those who believe. Let belief here be less a theological test than a simple decision to lay a single worry down on the pillow beside you. Choose one that has been rattling most loudly and place it there. Notice how doing such a small, deliberate motion loosens the rest of the clutching fingers. As you breathe in, imagine inhaling the quiet promise itself. Breathe out and let the reflex to plan every possibility unspool so the muscles can soften and the jaw can relax. The writer speaks of a rest that follows labor, a sort of finish line that God makes with his own hand. Picture it like a gentle harbor where the boat of your day may tie up, where nets are shaken out and hands are washed, and no one expects you to set sail again until morning. There is also a warning told kindly. Do not harden your heart in the small rebellions of midnight thinking. Instead, let the heart be pliant like soft clay that a careful potter can shape, yielding to steady shaping rather than being rigid with the need to control every tomorrow. Allow the metaphor of God's word being living and active to soothe you, not as a sharp judge, but as a warm current that reorders the scattered papers of worry into a single pile to be looked at in daylight. Imagine the word like a gentle tide that comes in while you sleep and rearranges your loose stones so that when you wake they are easier to carry. The text invites you to approach the throne of grace with confidence. Picture a throne not of distance, but of approachable mercy. A bedside chair where the one who tends you leans forward, listens without interrupting, and offers relief like a cool compress for a fevered brow. In those quiet moments when the inner critic speaks loud, hear instead a voice that has known temptation and weakness, one who sympathizes with the smallness of our hearts and whose sympathy is not hollow but shaped by experience. This presence understands the way fear circles and gently holds the hand of the one who trembles. Imagine standing at the threshold of this mercy and feeling as you step over the sill. The tension in the shoulders drop a few centimeters, the breath find a longer lane, and the tightness at the base of the skull loosen like a knot, gradually unlooping. The chapter reminds us that temptation has been faced in the same ways we face it, and that the empathy offered is therefore real and practical. Let that reality act as a small, steadying muscle you can flex when worry tugs. Call to mind one small example of mercy you've received before, and let it be evidence that there is help now. There is an encouragement here to cease striving, as if rest must be wrestled from life. Instead, the invitation is to be still and let a stronger hand hold today's burdens. Picture your chest as a shallow basin, and mercy as water poured in slowly until the basin rises and floats you gently, the edges of panic no longer scraping the hull. The chapter also speaks of the quiet, careful scrutiny of God's Word. It penetrates deepest thoughts and intentions, not to shame, but to free and clarify. Imagine that clarity as a cool light that moves through the rooms of your mind, making each object distinct and harmless. So memories that once stung become simply objects on a shelf to be examined more gently in daylight. Let the knowledge that nothing hidden escapes attentive care be a comfort rather than a terror. To be seen by a steady, loving gaze is to be invited into a relationship where flaws do not disqualify you from rest, but are instead places where grace may land. As your breathing slows, try a small rhythm to match the chapter's steady invitation. Inhale the word rest for 4 counts. Hold gently for 2. Exhale the urge to fix for 6. Repeat until the shoulders sink and the forehead softens. Think of the writer's counsel to enter God's rest as a bedside routine. Just as you wash your face and set your phone aside, here you set aside the small tyrannies of rumination and choose to lie down under a canopy of promise. There is a theological depth here that translates into practical tenderness. Rest is not mere absence of activity, but the presence of God's keeping, an assuredness that what is unresolved tonight will be met by steady care in time. Picture, too, a quiet company of others who have learned the same practice, a procession of gentle sleepers whose breathing matches this new pace. You are not alone in learning to hand over the anxious scripts that run on repeat. The chapter speaks also of a divine rest that remains, a Sabbath for the people of God. Imagine that Sabbath as a recurring shore where repeated arrivals grow familiar and untroubled. Each visit makes the next easier, and the habit of entering deepens. If your mind protests that there are tasks to be done, allow the gentle exercise of naming them and setting them on a bedside table in your mind, promising to return in the morning, and notice how this ritual decreases the urgency they once had. The text is not dismissive of real need or practical care. Rather, it restores perspective, so doing what must be done comes from a rested center instead of frantic energy. As sleep approaches, let the final images be slow and steady. A quiet room whose lamp is placed on a shelf, the Word moving like a candlelight through the corners, and a merciful presence seated at the foot of the bed, ready to lift any burdens you cannot carry. Embrace the chapter's simple, repeated invitation. Enter into rest, draw near with confidence, receive mercy, and find grace to help in time of need. Let these phrases be your last, soft litany as the body settles, the thinking fades, and the night becomes a faithful companion rather than a battleground, until morning finds you gathered, steadied, and quietly renewed. Matthew 6. Imagine the voice of Jesus leaning close in the hush, speaking not to alarm you but to untie the small knots that have threaded your thoughts into a restless rope. Let his opening words sink in like a cool hand at the nape of the neck. Do not practice your devotion for show. Do not make your prayer a performance, but rather enter quietly where your heart can breathe, where a single, honest whisper toward the heavens is enough. Picture a small room with a single lamp. The Lord's Prayer becomes the format of that lamp, simple and steady. Our Father in heaven, hallowed be your name. Say that softly to yourself now, letting the syllables be a breath cue. Inhale, Our Father. Exhale, Hallowed be your name. And notice how the shoulders ease a fraction with each return. Imagine provision stretched out as daily bread rather than a mountain to be moved all at once. Bring to mind the image of a table set gently in the middle of the night where what you need appears in measured portions, not to increase anxiety about the future, but to teach you how to receive what is given one small moment at a time. If guilt weighs, let the language of forgiveness be a soft unfastening. Blessings for debts and mercy for failures. Let each forgive us be like a knot loosened, a finger released from tension. Then let the merciful hand you imagine return the favor, slipping peace back into the places that felt jagged. Picture temptation not as a harsh test, but as a passing storm, and let the petition to be led not into temptation be a request for a steady guide when thunder moves across the mind. The prayer's final quiet, deliver us from evil, can be the last thing you breathe before sleep, an offering of all the small alarms into a trusted keeping. Jesus then widens the view, to store up treasures in heaven rather than here. Consider that as a reorientation of value meant for the weary. Think less of accumulating things to prove safety and more of holding to the promises that outlast the night. When you tuck a worry away, imagine placing it gently in a box labeled tomorrow, setting it on a shelf that will be checked in daylight, remembering that lasting things are not stored in material abundance, but in the steady acts of mercy and moments of trust. Let the image of the eye as the lamp of the body settle inside you. If the eye is clear, the whole body is filled with light. Practice clearing your focus tonight by choosing one soft point, perhaps the memory of a kindness, a small blessing, the warmth of breath, and allow that chosen light to bathe the room of your mind until other shadows become less compelling. When Jesus says you cannot serve God and money, hear it as an encouragement to release the double task of managing both the ledger of fear and the ledger of faith. Let your hands open slowly and feel how much lighter it is to carry only what is necessary for now, to trust that there is an organizing mind larger than your present fret. He speaks plainly about worry. Do not be anxious about your life, what you will eat or what you will wear, and invites you to remember the birds of the air and the lilies of the field. Imagine, for a moment, a meadow at dawn where birds go about their small business without clutching the future, and flowers open in simple turn. Let that image be a model for your breath. Morning simplicity, not frantic calculation. If the night's mind insists on rehearsing scenarios, use the passage's counsel as a counterweight. Seek first the kingdom and his righteousness, and the rest will be provided. Shift attention from rehearsed problems to the present task of seeking. Seek peace, seek mercy, seek the small acts of love. And let seeking itself be restful because it is an oriented motion towards something reliable rather than an exhausting list of things that might go wrong. Think of the kingdom not as an abstract doctrine, but as a field where your soul can set a lamp. Practices of kindness, small prayers, a memory of grace, all these are seeds you can plant tonight that will be tended by a presence even while you sleep. Jesus also speaks of worry as useless in lengthening life. Let that radical perspective be a quiet permission to put down the burden of trying to manufacture security in the dark. Rest is not neglect, but trust that this one night need not be a battleground. The tone here is pastoral, not punitive. He knows the sweep of human anxiety and offers simple habits, prayer, honest giving, a reordering of desire, that reorient the nervous system toward calm. As you lie down, imagine a small ledger in heaven where good deeds, mercies, small healing acts, and gentle words are quietly recorded. The ledger is being tended by a hand that knows your deepest need and will not lose what you have offered in faith. Let the rhythm of the Lord's Prayer become a lullaby. Our Father, pause. Hallowed be your name, pause. Your kingdom come, pause. Your will be done, pause. Give us this day our daily bread, pause. Forgive us, pause. Lead us not into temptation, pause. Deliver us. Each pause is an invitation to breathe and let the mind soften around one manageable truth at a time. Imagine, too, the freedom that comes from not needing to impress God with the length or eloquence of your prayers. A short, honest breath offered from a soft heart is enough to open the channels of grace that bring quiet. If the mind wants to bargain, overhear the teaching that worry cannot add a single hour to your life. Let that metaphor become a tiny practice. For every anxious hour you rehearse, gently decide to set aside 10 breaths to remember mercy instead, training the nervous system away from rumination. Visualize the lilies gently arrayed, not laboring yet clothed with a beauty that God provides. Let that image soften the compulsion to do your way out of fear and invite you instead to be received like a child at a table set by a loving host. Bring to mind small acts you can do tomorrow that will help, simple, practical steps, and then tuck them away like notes under a pillow. The action prepares you but does not require you to carry the load through the night. The chapter's promise that the Father knows what you need before you ask it is a permission to let the mind rest from exhaustive planning. Trust that attention is being paid at a depth beyond yours, and rest in that attention. As the breaths lengthen, let the tension of trying to manage outcomes melt into a posture of receiving. Imagine the night as a teacher who says, "Stop trying so hard. Come be with me." Linger on the phrase "seek first," not as a to-do but as a gentle orientation. Seek peace, seek mercy, seek closeness, and let your heart follow that directional arrow with no rush. The teaching about treasure in heaven is a soft theology for the tired. Invest your quick, available energy in small, loving acts that outlive the noisiness of the moment. An encouraging word, an intentional act of forgiveness, a brief prayer for another. These accrue as a quiet capital of peace that can be cashable into rest. If a particular fear visits, health, money, relationships, place it in the folded hands of the prayer you have practiced. Imagine it set on a table across from the one who is both Father and host, and feel the release that comes when you trust another to hold what you cannot. Let the final moments of wakefulness be filled with gratitude for one small mercy from the day, a warm drink, a conversation, a sunrise. And let that gratitude be the pillow under your worry. Gratitude does not deny problem, but changes its color, making it less urgent and more manageable. Close with a single deep breath in which you picture the Father's hands steady on the tiller of your small life. And as you exhale, imagine the seat of your anxiety emptying of its tight content. Feel muscles unclench, jaws soften, eyes grow heavy, and let the counsel of Jesus in this chapter be the last landscape you carry into sleep. Simple prayer, single-minded seeking, the freeing choice to trust, and the quiet assurance that provision, forgiveness, guidance, and deliverance are nearer than the next anxious thought. Rest now in that nearness, and let the hush of Matthew 6 settle like a soft blanket over the mind until the breath and the heartbeat slow and sleep arrives without alarm. Luke 15. Rest here as if you have just stepped across a threshold into a quiet house where the hearth burns low and someone you love has been waiting with a lantern. Imagine the voice that speaks these stories leaning close and telling them just for you, each line an invitation to set down what you have been carrying and to come home. Hear first the picture of the shepherd who leaves the 99 to find the one lost sheep. Hold that image like a warm hand on the shoulder. The world may insist you must prove your worth to be found, but here the search begins long before you summon courage. Before you can even map out your missteps, a shepherd has trailed your tracks, called your name into the dark, and kept calling until he finds the place where your foot has faltered. Breathe with that assurance. Inhale and imagine the cool night air of the field. Exhale and let the relief of being sought flood your chest. The search is patient, not frantic. The shepherd does not count your lostness as a failing to be punished, but as a reason to come looking, to gather you gently into something that neither shames nor scolds but warms and steadies. Picture him lifting you onto his shoulders as dusk settles, the wool of his coat soft against your cheek, his footsteps steady and sure on the path home. Every step away from isolation is a small reconciliation, and the rhythm of his pace can become the pace of your breathing, until thought and body find the same slow, safe measure. Then hear the story of the woman who loses one coin and lights a lamp, sweeps her house and searches until she finds it. Let that image sneak into the corners of your restless mind as permission to be seen in the small things, as if each worry, each small regret, were a coin under the couch cushion that will be found and put back where it belongs. Imagine the lamp she lights. It is not a flaring, overwhelming blaze, but a narrow, focused light that makes patient searching possible. In the hush of the night, you need not flood the whole room with answers. You only need a lamp for the step you are taking now, and that lamp is placed exactly where you need it. Allow the sweep of the broom to be a physical metaphor. As the woman makes space, your mind can follow. Let one hand sweep an anxious thought lightly aside, and let the other hand receive the quiet that the cleared floor invites. Feel the small triumph when the coin clinks back into place, a sound of ordinary restoration that rings like a bell of mercy, and let that sound be the small permission you give yourself to breathe lighter. And then the longest story, the prodigal son. Let it unfold slowly before you as if told by a patient friend beside your bed. A young traveler who takes his portion, who goes out into a wide, reckless world expecting greatness and meeting emptiness, who finally finds himself hungry, a stranger to himself in the place where pride has run thin and hope is almost a memory. Notice how the son's return is not announced with fanfare, but begins with a simple, broken thought. I will arise and go home. The phrase can be your first small movement tonight, an inward turning, a deciding to breathe toward the place you belong rather than away from it. Picture him rehearsing words of confession, each syllable an attempt to measure what he owes, and then imagine that before he can finish rehearsing, the father sees him from a distance and runs. See the scene from a distance, the father not walking but running, an image that overturns the polite expectations of dignity for the sake of reunion. Grace runs, even if pride stands. Feel how this overturns the inner argument you may have that says you must arrive perfect or not at all. The father's running says otherwise. You may arrive ragged, exhausted, dust on your knees, and that arrival will be met by arms already opening. Let the scent of the open field, the dust, the miles, give way to the warmth of the household. A robe is put on, sandals are fitted to feet that no longer must pretend to be steady. A ring is placed on a finger that had thought itself unworthy. These tangible acts of welcome are not small gestures but public declarations that nothing you have done can displace the delight of being known and taken in. Breathe in the softness of the robe as if it were a comforter around your shoulders, and breathe out the tightness of trying to tidy your heart to be acceptable. Hear too the music and the feast, joy that is not brittle or showy, but ample and noisy. Notice how guests who had been waiting expectantly now laugh with the father, and how the party is not a forgetting of the past, but a reordering of it, a way of saying that what was lost has been more than recovered. It is celebrated. Let the sounds of that feast soften the bite of self-condemnation. Let the drumbeat of rejoicing become a steady pulse you can match with your own breath. Inhale with the Father's running, exhale with the table's abundance. Notice the elder son standing outside, arms folded, heart guarded with a bitter script about fairness and earned merit. His story is a quiet warning that being near is not the same as being reconciled, that one can be close to care and still starve on pride. If you recognize in yourself the elder son's careful ledger, counting rights, weighing hurts, allow this moment to hold that ledger gently without needing to justify or defend. Set it down on the porch and imagine the Father coming out again to invite even this guarded heart inside. The Father's patience is generous enough to welcome both the repentant and the resentful, and that paradox is a permission for you to bring your complicated feelings into the same room. Sorrow and anger, relief and suspicion, none of them disqualify you from the table. Let this be a balm to the part of you that thinks you must have a single tidy feeling before you can come near. The household of grace is large enough for mixed emotions, and the lodestar is not emotional neatness, but the readiness to be present. As you sink deeper into this scene, imagine each step home as a small exhale from the body, the feet who have wandered resting on a familiar threshold, the breath that had been held in suspicion returning to a kinder rhythm, the heartbeat slowing as the lamp is brought closer. The stories in this chapter are practical. They are not metaphysical puzzles, but bedside assurances. God searches for you when you are alone. God knocks at the corners of your care. God rejoices when you return. Let those assurances be the small facts you repeat under your breath until the mind tires of inventing arguments against rest. Use them as anchors. The shepherd leaves the 99, the woman lights the lamp, the father runs. Each is a distinct posture of relentless, tender care that you can name and return to when the night's rehearsals begin to whirl. Picture your burdens. Shame, regret, the list of what you should have done, as small backpacks you carried into a field and now are allowed to set down at the door. The father will not wag a finger at what you leave there. He will only make room and bring a seat close to the fire. Let your shoulders slide off the weight as if removing a coat, and notice the subtle release in the neck and jaw, as if the muscles remember how to be soft. If there is any resistance inside, doubts about whether you deserve such kindness, let the image of running compassion disarm that resistance. Love that runs cancels the need to qualify oneself. It simply finds you wherever you are and insists on coming close. Breathe in the simplicity of making that first movement. I will arise and go, and breathe out into the safety of a welcome you do not have to earn. In the hush between breaths, imagine the Father's voice, not a cold proclamation, but a delighted murmur that says, "You are mine." Let that sentence be a lullaby. Utter it slowly with the inhale and exhale until it softens the hardness under your ribs. Remember that the rejoicing in heaven over one sinner who repents is not distant news but present reality. For every small stirring of turning toward home, a chorus of care answers, a space in the feast is readied, a lamp is nudged brighter. If worry nags you, what of tomorrow, what of undone tasks, place those concerns gently on the table of the Father's feast and let them be attended in the morning. Tonight, the work is to be received. Consider how small daily acts of returning, one whispered prayer, a short confession, a remembering of one mercy, are like tiny steps across the threshold that accumulate into a genuine presence. The chapter's cadence invites patience, searching, finding, returning, rejoicing. The sequence itself is a slow medicine against frantic attempts to fix everything at once. Let your breathing match that cadence, a searching inhale that reaches outward, a finding exhale that comes back into the chest, a returning pause where the muscles soften, and then the quiet rejoicing that settles like warm bread in the belly. If sleep feels distant, imagine the shepherd mounting his sheep one last time, tucking it close and laying it into a soft pen where night sounds are muffled and dreams are allowed to come. Trust that the one who seeks you has also prepared the resting place. Bring to mind the tangible images the chapter gives, the robe, the ring, the sandals, the feast, and let each become a tactile assurance you can hold. The ring as belonging, the robe as dignity restored, the sandals as readiness to walk in safety, the feast as abundance that outlasts scarcity. Let the noise of the party be a gentle white noise in the background of your mind, an affirmation that being found is cause for celebration, and that celebration is not contingent on perfection, but on presence. As your breath slows and the shoulders lower, whisper to yourself the turning phrase one more time. I will arise and go home. Feel how the decision itself loosens the fist of anxious planning and opens the palm to receive. Lie into the quiet knowing that these stories are not ancient fables about distant people, but spoken to you now by a voice that knows the map of your heart. The shepherd, the woman, the father are not abstractions, but images of the one who will not rest until you are at rest. Let gratitude, small and unforced, fill the spaces where fear had been, thankfulness for a remembered kindness, for a lamp that once showed you the way, for a hand that steadied you when you could not stand. Place those small gratitudes like soft stones beside your pillow. Their weight will be the kind that anchors, not burdens. If tears come, let them pass. They are the body's release, the liquid proof that something inside is changing, softening to receive mercy. As drowsiness approaches, imagine the final scene. The father tucking in a child, the shepherd laying down, the woman closing her door with a satisfied nod. The household settles into a deep, ordinary peace. Rest in that ordinary peace now. Let the chapter's images move you from wanderer to welcomed, from searching to found, from shame to feast. Breathe long and slow, matching the lull of a heart that has been found and is now permitted to sleep. Inhale the assurance that you are sought. Exhale the remnants of striving. Inhale the invitation to come home. Exhale and fold into the steady hush where love waits with lamp and loaf and song. Revelation 21. Imagine now with quiet attention the vision of a new beginning, a new heaven and a new earth where the old complaints of the night no longer have the final word. Breathe that image in slowly and let it settle over the cluttered table of your mind like a clean sheet, a place cleared and smoothed for rest. Picture a holy city descending, a gentle homecoming, a city bright as if dawn were poured into its streets, its gates already open though the world outside still hums with busyness. See yourself walking toward it at a pace that honors tired feet, each step a small permission to slow, each breath matching the measured rhythm of a gentle procession home. Hear the promise that the dwelling of God is now among people. He will live with them. Let that phrase be the soft anchor under your ribs, the knowledge that the one who watches the stars bends lower than the hush of your private worry to make a place beside you. Imagine hands that have held galaxies now reaching to smooth the crease in the blanket around your shoulders, a presence that does not hurry, but has arranged the whole of eternity so that your single, weary hour finds a harbor. Picture the sudden tender act. God himself will wipe away every tear from your eyes. See it not as a distant metaphor, but as a practical, intimate motion, a careful finger brushing away what has weight and leaving room for breath. No death will be here anymore. No mourning, no crying, no pain. The catalogue of midnight fears falls away before that quietus promise, and you can let each listed dread relax its grip as if a hand were unfastening your clenched fingers. Receive the assurance that what has been heavy will be made light, that what has kept you turning in the night is being reordered into something that supports rest rather than sabotages it. Hear the voice that declares, "Behold, I am making all things new." Allow the word new to be a salve on worn places, a soft rethreading of the frayed edges of your day, so that tomorrow's shape is gentler and kinder than today's anxious architecture. Imagine the city itself as consolation given form. Walls that do not confine but protect, like a warm cup cupped around your hands. Streets, so even the mind can stop keeping watch and allow the feet to follow a softer rhythm. Think of daylight that needs no sun because the light is simple presence, the steady glow of being known. And in that light, your small anxieties lose their barbed sharpness, becoming stones you can set in a row rather than thorns that prick at every movement. Visualize the intimate promise. Behold, the dwelling place of God is with man, not a theologian's abstraction but a bedside reality, a companion whose nearness quiets the restless hum of what-ifs and replaces it with the predictable, slow comfort of attentive love. As you breathe in, let the inhale be an invitation toward that nearness. As you breathe out, let go of the urge to solve tonight's riddles on your own. There is a tenderness in being told that the one who will be with you is also the one who calls you his own. Picture that belonging as a soft cloak being wrapped around you, not to shame you for exhaustion, but to warm you, steady your pulse, and loosen the jaw. Imagine now a quiet stream of mercy flowing beneath the city's foundations, a suggestion that refreshment is not a rare thing, but a continual well. Draw from that well by naming quietly, beneath your breath, one small need and placing it in the water. Watch it drift, attended, not lost. Let the thought that those who thirst will be given freely be a permission to arrive without pretense. You do not have to tidy every thought before you come. The offer of refreshment is not for the flawless, but for the thirsty. If the mind produces images of final reckonings, allow the chapter's brighter promise to outshine them. For those who are held, inheritance is not a legal victory, but the settled peace of being home, the simple identity of belonging that removes the pressure to prove or perform in the late watches. Imagine the city's gates named and known, each one a story of mercy that opens for someone who had wandered long. See in that architectural gentleness a pattern for your own return, small patient steps toward a light that does not demand that you arrive perfected. The promise of newness also extends to memory. Think how certain scenes replay in the hush of night, how regret and fear can loop like old music. Hold the vision of God making all things new as an erasing and rewriting that does not deny lessons but rescales them, turning harsh rehearsals into instructive, softer tapestries. Breathe slowly and allow that re-scripting to happen in miniature. For one slow breath, let the worst image diminish and the tender promise grow proportionately larger until your chest feels easier. Imagine the silence in that new city is not an absence but a presence, a hush that carries like a quilt the warmth of countless mercies layered upon one another. You are allowed to fold into that hush, to let its weight not be a pressure, but a covering that frees the muscles to unbind and the nerves to unfurl. As thoughts wander toward the day's unresolved lists, picture them placed gently on a table in a room with high windows and handed over to the steward of the house. The handing over is not a dismissal, but a responsible putting aside, an act that trusts morning's clearer light to sort what is urgent from what is imagined. Let gratitude, small and simple, be your companion. Name one tiny mercy, the taste of warm tea, a remembered kindness, and let it sit in your hands like a smooth stone. The stones of gratitude are not heavy but steady, and they make a pleasant bed for rest to come. If fear of loss or of night's unknown edges nudges your attention, answer it with the sleepy refrain that God is with you and is making all things new. Repeat it softly as a lullaby. He is with me. He is making all things new. Let each repetition be a breath cue. Draw the chest into the hush and release the busy mind a little more. Imagine the city not only as a distant hope, but as a promise that begins to work now in small ways, where relationships are reshaped by mercy, where the sharp edges of grief are sanded down into smoother curves you can lean on, so that even tonight there is a tenderness at work in you, unseen but real, easing the small fractures until they feel bearable. Let the image of tears being wiped be the very last view you carry into sleep. A soft hand at your temple, a thumb gentle where worry has creased the forehead, the small hush as breath finds a deeper pace. Feel the shoulders drop under that imagined touch, the jaw let go, the eyelids warm, and settle into the sense that this night is being kept by one who will not be distant from your breath. In that kept place, give yourself permission to be smaller than you have been. No need to conquer, only to receive. Let sleep be the entrusted work done under the watch of a presence that loves you into rest. Breathe in the newness promised. Breathe out the last clenched plan, and stay with the restful assurance that he who makes all things new is not a remote architect, but a close companion who walks the city streets with you, guiding you into rooms made for peace. Rest now in that vision, carried gently into the quiet by the steady knowledge that you are seen, you are held, and in the fullness of what is to come, every small sorrow will be made into a story of mercy, Allow that story to begin tonight by letting go and falling at last into the longed-for sleep of being at home. John 15. Rest now in a quiet garden of thought, where the figure of Jesus as the vine becomes a steady scaffold for your wearied mind. Imagine yourself not striving to bear fruit by frantic effort, but resting as a branch that has been lovingly fastened to a sustaining stem, receiving life through a simple, continuous connection. Picture the vine's central trunk as a patient, unhurried presence, its sap moving with a gentle, invisible rhythm into every small twig and leaf. Each breath you take can mirror that rhythm. Inhale slowly as sap flows inward. Exhale slowly as life moves outward. And with every cycle, feel the small muscles of the face and shoulders ease a little more. Hear in this image the reassurance that you do not have to manufacture your own vitality tonight. Your role is the inviting, the receiving, the quiet leaning into a source that is already giving. If your mind is loud with lists and contingency plans, imagine those items set down on a bench beneath the arbor, noticed and not abandoned, but placed where they will be weeded in the daylight. For now, let the branch be still, letting the life's current do the work of nurture. Think of the way a branch does not judge itself for leaning or for having fewer leaves in a particular season. It simply trusts the rhythm of the vine and the cycle of seasons. Allow that natural pace to inform your breathing until your chest finds its own calm cadence. Consider the practice of pruning described in the chapter, not as harsh punishment, but as a gardener's careful hand trimming away the dead weight so that future growth may be healthier and less burdened. If you sense discomfort in your chest about things you cannot change tonight, picture that pruning as the loving removal of what no longer serves you, done with patient skill to make room for gentler growth. Not as a punitive correction, but as a precise, tender craft. Let the idea of pruning loosen the grip of every intrusive thought. Each unnecessary worry is a spent tendril that the gardener can remove, and by allowing that removal, your inner space becomes freer to accept the vine's life. The command to abide is an invitation to rest in belonging. Abide here means to accept that your deepest rest comes from being attached to something larger than the present anxious coil. Imagine leaning your back against a broad living trunk, a support that steadies, not a harsh buttress that expects something in exchange. Feel how the body mirrors that image, the spine supported, the jaw unclenched, the hands loose at the sides. There is a difference between frantic doing and restful abiding. Tonight choose the posture of the branch that chooses connection over performance. The chapters promise that one who abides will bear much fruit can become a comforting counterintuitive truth. The fruit comes not by anxious productivity, but by restful receptivity. Allow the mind to accept that your small acts of gentleness, a remembered kindness, a short prayer, a simple breath given to God, are the quiet fruit that accumulates without strain. Picture fruit forming like soft lanterns along the branch, each a warm small light that requires no polishing by your own hands. Each light is evidence of life being present within you. If the inner critic counts your failures, let these lanterns stand as proof that small, quiet faithfulness has weight and beauty, even when the day felt unremarkable. Imagine, too, the vine's fruitfulness as a soft abundance around you. The room grows fragrant with quiet mercies, not loud achievements. The scent alone can steady the breath and ease the restlessness that sometimes grips the throat. The chapter speaks also of friendship. Jesus calls his followers friends rather than servants, not to flatter but to invite an intimacy that removes the burden of solitary performance. Picture a companion who sits with you into the night, one who does not demand that you produce or defend, but simply shares the hush in solidarity. In that kindness, your shoulders can lower, because companionship carries weight in ways that relieve rather than add to burden. If thoughts whisper that you must be vigilant alone, answer with the image of a friend at your bedside, sharing warmth, hearing your soft confessions, and returning them with steady calm. Envision the vine's light, the sense that remaining in this connection isn't passive weakness, but a deliberate choice to trust the steady stream of care that passes through you. As you choose it again and again tonight, the nervous system learns a new tempo, one that favors reception and gentle giving over frantic solving. The passage also speaks of love kept as a command. Love one another as I have loved you. And that love can be understood as a restful habit, small acts that do not require heroic energy, but steady decisions to respond with tenderness. Practice that now by recalling a single small kindness you received today, a cup shared, a smile, a brief word. And let that memory fill your lungs with a warm, steady air. As memories gather like soft leaves along the branch, they become a bed that cushions the anxious reactions trying to take hold. The chapter's assurance that obedience to this love is not a checklist, but the natural outcome of abiding, gives permission for tonight's sleep to be a training ground. You do not need to perfect your love now. Choosing once to breathe into the presence that loves you is the simplest and most effective act. If fear comes like a chill at the windowsill, imagine the vine's leaves closing gently around the branch, forming a canopy that shields you from cold imaginings. The canopy does not erase the dark beyond, but makes the immediate space warm and hospitable so you can let the body release heat into rest. Breathe with that image, inhale warmth, exhale the chill, and notice how the rhythm lowers the pulse. There is a tenderness in the chapter's promise that the world will know you by love. It reframes the inner need to prove into the quieter practice of letting love be the testimony. Be kind, be steady, and let that quiet life be a demonstration rather than a performance. Let this tonight be a practical training. When a troublesome thought intrudes, answer not with agitation but with a single small act of connection, a brief prayer, a softening of the muscles, a naming of one need, and imagine that act as a water droplet feeding the vine, modest but crucial. The imagery of remaining until it bears fruit suggests patience. If sleep seems delayed, do not fight the slow timing. Tend the connection patiently, trusting that fruiting and rest unfold in their own good pace. Picture the gardener's hands moving in the dusk, careful and unhurried, a combination of rest and work that models how you might approach this hour. Not frantic attempts to force sleep, but careful attention to what helps. Steady breath, soft gratitude, a remembered kindness, and then letting the rest do its quiet work. The chapter warns about living cut off from the vine. Imagine the pale brittleness of a severed branch, its leaves curling from an inward panic. Use that image not to frighten, but to motivate the choice to stay connected. When anxiety begins its tight rotations, return to the vine with a committed breath and a simple phrase, I remain. Repeat it slowly with each inhale and exhale until the cadence becomes a small anchor. The vine's network also implies community. Though your night is singular, you are part of a living whole, branches of a single life that share in the same sap. Picture other branches near you, also choosing the restful connection, their quiet presence reassuring you that your small struggle is not faced alone. The chapter's images of being loved, pruned, and sent out with purpose can soothe the restless mind. You are not isolated in your need to perform or to defend. You are nurtured, shaped, and sent with steady intention. As you drift deeper into the hush, let a final simple practice gather the chapter's gifts. Breathe in slowly, think I am connected. Hold for the briefest moment. Breathe out slowly, think I am held. And let that double refrain be the last soft rhythm you carry into sleep. Allow the vine's slow, sustaining life to pulse through your nights, small, constant, faithful, and know that in choosing to abide, you are inviting rest not only for your body, but for the anxious loops of the mind. Stay with the image of the vine's light, the gardener's hand, the friend at your bedside, and let them soften the edges of every tight thought until the breath lengthens, the muscles soften, and sleep arrives as the natural fruit of a night spent simply receiving. Isaiah 43. Come closer now and let these words settle like a warm cloak around your shoulders. Hear the voice that knows you by name, the gentle one who formed you and who calls you out of the places that feel lonely and confusing. Fear not, for I have redeemed you. I have called you by name. You are mine. Breathe in slowly with that promise. I have called you by name. Let the sound of your own name spoken by a loving voice be the first small anchor that slows the rush of thought. Breathe out and imagine a steady hand smoothing the tense places at the base of your skull. Picture yourself standing at the edge of a calm river at dusk, the water silvered by a quiet sky, and know that even as the current moves and world noise presses close, the one who knows the river knows you. He says, "When you pass through the waters, I will be with you, and through the rivers they shall not overflow you. When you walk through the fire, you shall not be burned." Let that image be a soft correction to the mind's worst imaginings. Not all threats upon the night have power to undo you. Many pass like weather while you are held. As you exhale, let the small tightness in your chest ease because a greater presence is closer than the loudest worry. Imagine his presence as a steady lantern carried at your shoulder, not glaring but sure, throwing a warm pool of light that marks each step and leaves the rest in restful shadow. Think of the word redeemed and let it mean practically that the heavy, cold drafts of shame and anxious tallying are being exchanged for a steady warmth. Imagine your burdens placed into an open palm and carried away, each one set down with gentle deliberation so you may stand lighter in the hush. The Lord speaks of making a way in the wilderness and rivers in the desert. Picture the desert of your mind made possible for rest, a new channel cut through the parched places where urgent thought used to run. Water flows there now, slow and steady, and you may cup hands to it and drink in a little relief with each slow breath. There is tenderness in the phrase, "You are precious in my sight and honored, and I love you." Let that truth seep into the small fissures where fear has crept. Imagine a quiet warmth at the center of your chest, a soft glow that widens with each inhale until it touches the shoulders and makes the whole body more flexible to rest. If names and faces crowd your sleep with demands, let them be rearranged by the promise that God has called you and will gather you. Envision those names put in a gentle basket and tended in the morning light while you sleep, knowing they are not abandoned but received by a steady presence. When memory drags you back to places you wish had been different, hear the line about not remembering the former things and consider how freeing it is that not all of the past has to be the loudest voice tonight. There is a future being formed, and the present hour is meant for the small work of breathing into that future. Allow the imagery of the Lord making a covenant to stand in for an inner settling, a contract not of demands but of keeping. While you lie still, imagine the terms are simple: belonging, presence, patience, and let your mind rest on the ease of those terms rather than the complexity of 1,000 tasks undone. The chapter assures that nothing you endure is a surprise. The one who formed the heavens also forms the precise fold of this hour. Picture the sky being smoothed like linen and your small anxieties set into order along the hem, each one a tidy, addressable thing rather than a roaring crowd. As you breathe more slowly, match the cadence of the phrases. Inhale with the sound of your name called by love. Exhale with the image of water carrying away the tightness. Inhale the warm brightness of being precious and honored. Exhale and let the urgent lists settle into softer, manageable shapes. If fear whispers that you will be left dealing with what you cannot control, answer with the simple promise embedded here. I will be with you. I am God, your Savior. I give Egypt for your ransom, Ethiopia and Seba in exchange for you. These grand images point to a personal keeping that is not abstract but active. Your small hours are being noticed in the sweep of a cosmic care. Settle the mind's tally by picturing your life placed into a careful, large-handed keeping, where the details do matter and are rearranged with wisdom you cannot fully see in the dark. Consider too the idea of being called out of exile into a homecoming. If tonight your chest feels like a stranger's room, imagine being led gently into a familiar house, the lamp already lit, the cup of warmth set on the table, Homecoming need not be loud. Often it begins with a quiet recognition that you belong and the soft permission to rest. Let the chapter's patient rhythms reshape the way you speak to yourself. Replace frantic what-if sentences with a few simple, true declarations learned here. I am called by name. I am held in the water. I am precious. Each one a small stone you can rub between thumb and forefinger until the pulse slows. As the night winds down, imagine the Lord walking with you along a path He has prepared. His steps are not hurried, they match yours. Feel the steadiness of that shared pace and let it become a breathing pattern. In time with His quiet, out with the release of holding on. If tears arise, or if sleep comes slowly, allow the promise of gathering and restoration to be your lullaby. You are not an afterthought. You are a reason for rejoicing, a subject of careful, creative rescue. The chapter invites you to imagine God doing new things, to bring suns from afar, and to assemble the scattered. Let that creative energy be a soft background hum that organizes the night into a place where menders work while you rest. Picture the hands that made you smoothing rough edges, picking up the smaller frayed threads of the day and reweaving them into a fabric that will hold a gentler tomorrow. This is not to erase memory, but to contextualize it within an ongoing story of repair. As you sink deeper, return once more to the vital fact that started this quiet. You are named. Let that single, intimate dignity be enough to make the rest of the world recede. The need to measure up, to fix everything at once, can fold like paper, because the one whose eyes count the stars is already counting you. Anchor your softening with a breath exercise. Breathe in while thinking, I am called. Hold softly for a moment as the phrase warms the chest. Breathe out slowly, thinking, I am held. Repeat until the rhythm is as steady as a slow footstep on a quiet lane. If the mind replays old anxieties, picture them being met not by force, but by a familiar hand that gathers and tucks them away, each one acknowledged and set where it can be tended at dawn. Let gratitude, however quiet, come as a small echo. For the breath you have now, for a small kindness remembered, for this moment of being seen, allow those small lights to line the path behind you, so the dark in front no longer feels like a void, but like a road with reassuring markers. Finally, rest in the closing assurance that this is a staying promise. The one who speaks will not forget you. He carries you through rivers and flames and brings you to places prepared. Let that remaining truth be the last thought at the edge of sleep. Named, redeemed, kept, and loved. Let the knowledge of being called by a faithful voice be the soft song that slows your heart and leads you gently at last into rest with Jesus. Jeremiah 29. Come close and settle into a slow listening posture, as if you have been handed a small lamp and a quiet chair. Hear the voice in these lines speaking across time with the same careful steadiness. For I know the plans I have for you, plans for welfare and not for evil, to give you a future and a hope. Let that promise be the first simple fact you breathe into the chest. Say it gently in your mind as an inhale. I know the plans I have for you. Hold that warmth a moment. Exhale whatever frantic plotting tried to push its way in. Picture the life you carry like a narrow road that has felt long and uncertain. Imagine a hand from above tracing a new map in the dust, smoothing the edges, marking a route that leads not to panic but to a steady, walkable path. The chapter asks a practical thing. Seek the welfare of the place where you are. Hear this as permission to attend to the small, ordinary good tonight. Tending one thought toward peace, offering one tiny kindness to yourself, turning away from the habit of worry just long enough to place a single small hope on the bedside table. When anxieties crowd the night, the text invites a different posture. Call upon me and come and pray to me, and I will hear you. Imagine speaking one short, honest sentence into the dark. No need for perfection or a long list, just a simple naming of what aches, and picture that sentence landing in a receptive hand that keeps it with care. As you breathe, imagine each inhalation drawing in the fact that you are heard. Each exhalation releases the compulsion to hold everything up to the bright light of your own scrutiny. The prophet's promise is not abstract. It is a promise of restoration. I will bring you back from captivity, and I will gather you from all the nations where I sent you. Let that image be literal for your private night. There are places in you that feel exiled, thoughts that have wandered far from rest, worries that feel like foreign strangers. Picture them being gently gathered up and brought home to a room already prepared with a lamp and a warm blanket. The covenant here is patient and seasonal. After 70 years, a return, a reconstruction. Translate that patience into the present by allowing your own healing to be slow and layered. Each night a small brick laid, not a demand that everything be rebuilt at once. If your heart rehearses past mistakes or future worries as if they define your worth, note the text's clear refusal to keep you trapped. The Lord's plans aim toward a future and hope. Repeat that phrase until it softens the edges of your thinking. Future and hope. Two words that open space where the night had closed doors. In the hush, imagine a gardener who does not hurry, but works with steady hands. His plan includes seasons you cannot speed up, and yet he is attentive to every small shoot. Let that gardener be the image you hold. Even when growth is unseen, it is happening under faithful care. The chapter also includes an invitation to pray while remaining in the place God has set you. This can be translated into a practical, comforting exercise. Pick one small thing you can do before sleep to tend the welfare of your moment. Write a single line of thanks, place an intention for kindness tomorrow, or breathe slowly while naming one need. Each of these actions is a tiny canal that channels the bigger flow of God's good plans into the immediate night. Notice too the patient rhythm of promise responding to waiting. You will seek me and find me when you seek me with all your heart. This is not a harsh demand for perfect devotion, but a tender assurance that wholehearted returning changes how you are met. Try a simple breath practice with this promise. Inhale while thinking, I seek. Hold a gentle beat. Exhale while thinking, I find. Let the two-part rhythm retrain the hurried mind into a slow approach toward rest. When the chapter speaks of God hearing your prayers and restoring your fortunes, imagine instead a calm room where each whispered need is received and catalogued by a careful keeper who remembers your name and returns to adjust what needs adjusting in the morning light. The weight of tonight's worries need not be carried by you alone. Imagine them set down on a table and watched by hands that will not misplace them. If shame or the memory of failure draws the curtains tight, remember that these promises reframe your past into a story with a larger ending. Missteps are not final. Sands can be reshaped, and the horizon of your life still holds open terrain for tending and hope. Picture the future God offers like a gentle field at dawn, mist clearing, first birds calling, a path traced by small hoofprints that promise steady travel rather than an impossible sprint. Let the early morning image be enough to change the pitch of tonight's anxieties. They are not the final soundtrack. A new day of soft light is being prepared, even as you lie still. The chapter's counsel toward community, seek the welfare of the city where you are, can be inwardly applied. Tending your own inner city's welfare means choosing thoughts that steady you and actions that rest you. It means forgiving yourself one small time tonight and allowing that small forgiveness to loosen a clenched jaw and an overworked mind. As you settle, think of your breath as a friendly neighbor walking by the window, offering quiet reassurance rather than an urgent knock. The prophet also warns that tests and seasons may come, but even those are under the governance of a plan oriented toward good. That sober thought lets you reframe difficulties. They are not arbitrary punishments, but elements in a broader narrative where your welfare is the aim. Breathe that in, acknowledge difficulty without amplifying it, and then breathe out, letting the larger aim of God soften your body's response to the stress. If fear whispers that you have missed your chance, reply with the patient refrain this passage gives. When you call upon me, I will listen. When you pray, I will hear you. There is an immediacy in this promise that asks only a simple turning. Turn now, if only for a moment. Bring to mind a single care, breathe it into a one-line prayer, and imagine it received. Let your shoulders drop a fraction. Imagine the future, and hope promised here as a slow warmth that begins at the center of your chest and widens, not obtrusively but steadily, bracing the ribcage as if a calm hand were placed across it. The chapter encourages long-term vision without denying the need for present peace. You may hold both by giving the night its proper job, to rest, to be quietly tended, to be a time in which trust is practiced. The prophet's words carve a lovely paradox, active seeking paired with restful receiving. Practice that tonight by doing a small active thing, set a simple intention or an easy reminder for morning, and then rest into receiving the promise that God will work while you sleep. Imagine the mechanics of divine care as a gentle tide that rearranges the smaller stones of your life into a coastline that will hold you better in daylight. Let your mind's hand loosen around its tight lists, one by one placing each worry on the edge of the shore, where the tide of God's plan can pick it up and make it bearable, until the pile looks less like a threat and more like manageable kindling. If insomnia insists on rehearsing grievances, use the chapter's counsel to reframe those rehearsals. The past is being integrated into a future of welfare. The replay is not the final edit. Replace the old loop with a new short refrain. Plans for welfare, a future and a hope. Say it softly in the rhythm of your breath, and watch how repetition, gentled by meaning, quiets the mind. Allow the prophetic promise of return and restoration to become visceral. Imagine being brought back to a home whose door is already open, a table already set, a lamp already lit by someone who delights to see you in. Let that delight be a salve against self-reproach. In the final quiet, picture yourself lying under a broad sky of promise, the map of your life being rewritten not by the frantic pen of worry, but by a steady hand that brings you toward welfare. Small, patient, faithful acts that will reconfigure your routes toward gentler outcomes. Breathe with confidence into that long view. Inhale the knowledge that plans for good are being worked for you. Exhale the tightness that tried to solve what you cannot solve right now. Rest in the assurance that your seeking meets a listening God, that calling draws a response, and that the future being formed for you is threaded with the promise of hope. Allow the sound of that promise to be the last thing you carry into sleep, soft, steady, true, until it settles like a warm blanket over every racing thought and the body relieved and quiet. Finally, let's go. Psalm 37. Do not be anxious tonight over the loud voices that tell you the world is only noise. Let your ear settle into a truer sound, a quiet counsel that says, do not fret because of evildoers. Do not be bothered by the bad news that rises up like a storm, for their time is brief and their loudness will fade like the morning grass that withers under the sun. Instead, turn your attention as if turning a lamp toward what steadies you. Trust in the Lord and do good. Dwell for a moment on those two small commands and let them be the first few breaths you take with intention. Inhale trust. Exhale a small act of gentleness. Even something as simple as letting your jaw unclench is a way of doing good to your own body. Delight yourself in the Lord. Let that word delight widen your chest like a slow door opening onto a quiet garden, where delight is not forced but found in the small, soft things, the warmth of a blanket, the remembered smile of a friend, the safe rhythm of your own breathing. And as you delight, let the earth of your heart settle so that the urgent, sharper imaginations have less room to run. Commit your way to the Lord. Visualize handing over a narrow, worn map of your day into careful hands. Fold it, place it into a steady palm, and trust that this is enough for tonight. He will bring it to pass. Imagine the map being smoothed and the route being gently adjusted, so the hillside that seemed steep is replaced by a level path lit by soft lamps that guide each step. Be still before the Lord and wait patiently for him. Let the phrase be your bedside posture. To be still is not to be lazy, but to choose a safer, slower rhythm, like finding a secure seat and allowing the world to pass beyond your window while you breathe and rest. Refrain from anger and abandon harsh plotting. If irritation rises like heat under the skin, notice it without judgment and let it cool by imagining the tide of the Lord's faithfulness washing over the place where the anger clutches, loosening fingers until they can open and rest. Do not fret. It only leads to harm. And instead, make room for a paced steadiness. Trust, do good, delight, commit, wait. For the wicked will not endure. They will be cut off. Their schemes are like smoke that loosens and disappears, and you need not let their imagined power steal the calm of your night. The meek shall inherit the land and enjoy abundant peace. Picture yourself softening into that promise, feeling your shoulders lower, your neck muscles unwind, as if an unseen hand was smoothing the tension away and setting you on a broad, gentle field where the air is kind and the horizon is steady. The Lord upholds the righteous with his hand. Let that image be tactile. Your feet are steadied by a warm, sure palm beneath the heel, so even when thoughts try to tip you into worry, there is a support that will not let you slip. He will keep them in times of trouble. When the night brings its small alarms, remember that keeping is a present, active kind of care, not distant and indifferent, but near and practical, watching over your pulse, attentive to the minute tremors that announce unrest. The salvation of the righteous comes from the Lord. Imagine that salvation like a steady lantern carried close, its light soft enough to be restful but clear enough to guide, and let that lantern be the last image you hold before sleep, a small, trustworthy presence at the edge of your thought. The Lord loves justice and will not forsake his saints. If you are weighted with worries about wrongs or unmet needs, allow the knowledge that a just heart watches over such things to ease the need you feel to always right everything at once. Place one small concern before him now and breathe, knowing it will be kept. Those who wait for the Lord shall inherit the land and delight in abundant peace. Make waiting a practice tonight by measuring your breath into a slow, steady tempo. Inhale to the count that feels gentle. Exhale into a relaxation that softens the shoulders. And in that measured waiting, let your mind learn that remedy of time and trust. Rest in the assurance that the steps of a good man are ordered by the Lord. When your pathway through the day seemed crooked with missteps and second-guessing, picture a quiet hand rearranging the stones so the next steps are on a safe, even track, each one lit by a calm lantern of guidance. Even if evildoers plot and the wicked seem to prosper for a season, know that their rise is not the final frame. Their success is measured in the shortness of breath, while the course laid out for the trusting is steadier and enduring. The Lord will not abandon the souls of his faithful ones. He keeps them as a gardener tends tender shoots, watchfully, gently, steadily, so that what is fragile in you now will be made stronger in time. Delight yourself in the Lord, the psalm repeats, and he will give you the desires of your heart. Translate desire tonight into small, quiet things, a settled mind, a softened body, a morning that brings patience rather than panic. Let your desires be reordered by a deeper longing for peace. Choose that longing slowly with each breath, and let it restructure your thoughts away from frantic rehearsals and toward restful trust. Cast your burden upon the Lord and he will sustain you. Picture placing a heavy sack on a wide, trustworthy table and feeling the difference as your shoulders release. This is a hands-on image of surrender, not defeat. You lay down what you cannot carry, so your hands may be free to draw nearer to rest. Keep instruction before you and do not abandon it. Tonight the instruction is simple. Trust, be gentle with yourself, wait, delight, and practicing these small instructions will train your nervous system into a quieter tempo. Turn from evil and do good. Seek peace and pursue it. See peace as a person you approach slowly, step by step. You move toward it, and when you draw near, you are given a seat at its table. The eyes of the Lord are on the righteous, and his ears are open to their cry. Imagine God's gaze like a soft light that does not reveal shame but recognizes need, and his ears like a warm room that welcomes your whispered prayers. You are heard now even in the hush, and that listening alone can be a balm to scattered thought. The Lord redeems the life of his servants. Picture redemption as a careful mending rather than a dramatic erasure, a seam stitched with long patience that makes the fabric of your life whole in a new way. Be still before the Lord and wait patiently for him. Let this be the slow hinge you come back to again and again as thoughts drift. Return to the breath. Place the hand on the chest if that helps, and count 3 slow inhales, 3 longer exhales, each one softening the body a little more. The little daily acts of trust, the decision not to chase every troubling thought, the choosing of one small grateful memory, the whisper of a short prayer, are the practical work of delighting in the Lord and committing your way. They are quiet seeds sown into the night that will yield peace by morning. The wicked plot, but the Lord laughs. Their schemes are not the engine of your life. Do not give them that role. Let the Psalm's calm irony remind you that calamity will not have the last word. The humble will possess the land and delight in abundance of peace. Allow humility tonight to mean simply, I am small and I am held. I do not need to shoulder the world's weight alone. As you lie down, picture your path being straightened by a knowing hand, your burdens set aside on a steadfast table. The light of the Lord's care kept near so you may close your eyes without fear. Repeat to yourself as a soft refrain, trust and do good, delight and commit, be still and wait. Let those paired phrases be the rhythm of your breath. Inhale trust, exhale do good, inhale delight, exhale commit, inhale be still, exhale wait. And with each cycle, feel a little more of the night's tightness melt as the Lord's steadying presence becomes the last and the clearest landscape your mind rests upon. Allow the Psalm's patient promises to become a quiet hymn in your chest, a steady accompaniment to the slowing of your heartbeat, until thought thins, the body sinks into the mattress, and sleep, like a gentle friend, comes at last to find you restful in the care of the Lord. Matthew 11. Come close and let your ears catch the soft cadence of a voice that knows the weight you carry. Imagine Jesus speaking across the hush with an invitation that is not loud or demanding, but precise and tender. Come to me, all who are weary and heavy laden, and find rest. Picture that sentence landing like a small stone in a still pool. One ripple and the surface calms. Breathe in with the thought. Let it spread warmth into the ribs. Breathe out and feel a small surrender as tight shoulders begin to loosen. The chapter opens with the messenger, John, and the confusion of people who do not always recognize tenderness at first. Know that even your doubts and your cautious questions are known here, and that this quiet voice welcomes your hesitancy without scorn. Imagine the scene: a teacher by the lakeshore, the breeze gently moving reeds, sandals dusted with the path of many steps, speaking not to chastise the tired, but to point a way back to the heart's ease. He speaks of a yoke that fits. Think of a soft harness put across the shoulders, not to burden but to distribute weight so you may walk without straining. Feel that yoke as a patient, custom-made brace that eases every pull instead of tightening it. Let Jesus' promise that his yoke is easy and his burden is light become a tactile image. Inhale and imagine the weight on your shoulders shifting into that gentle band. Exhale as your hands unclench and the jaw loosens, as if the world's insistence to solve everything now has been placed into capable hands. The chapter also tells of the frustrations of the crowd, the way people judge and measure in hurried ways. If your mind catalogues judgments tonight, let the teacher's steady gaze be your corrective. You are not to be measured by the harsh metrics of noise, but by the small real facts of faithful breath and gentle choices. There is a line where Jesus says that children do not need to be coaxed into simple things. Allow that humbling image of childlike trust to come over you, a child willing to rest on a parent's shoulder, unashamed to be tired, unafraid to yield into warmth. Let that posture be legitimate for you now, Grown hearts may fear appearing weak, but here weakness is the shape into which grace pours itself. As you lie still, picture the teacher making room in his speech for those who are exhausted by endless striving. He does not call you to a new set of tasks, but to a reorientation of how you carry what is already there. If you have been grinding in the dark, cataloging threats and lists, imagine setting those pages down at the foot of a simple bench beside the lake. See them accepted, not dismissed carelessly, but taken and placed where they can be tended in the daylight. The chapter's movement from accusation to invitation is itself restful. First, the recognition that things are not as they should be, then the offer of a path that leads away from the frantic center. Let your own night follow that arc. Admit the unrest, then take the offered step toward rest. Think of the yoke as a steady bar across two shoulders that asks for nothing heroic, only a willingness to be linked to a stronger center. If your thoughts argue that you must do it all, answer with this simple practice. Breathe in while saying silently, "I am yoked to rest." Hold briefly and exhale with the image of passing a physical burden into hands that are patient. The chapter also holds a kind of grief for those who refuse to bend, who demand signs and proofs and leave the simple gift of rest untouched. If you recognize in yourself that tendency to require rescue, to look a certain dramatic way before you will trust, let tonight be a small experiment in simplicity. Trust without a spectacle, believe without a storm, and notice how much less the heart needs to be convinced. There are scenes of towns who would not receive him, places full of an anxious pride. If your own mind erects defenses at the thought of being known, let the chapter's compassion dissolve the armor. Rest is not given to the proud defense, but to the humble openness that admits it cannot always stand alone. Here too the image of learned burdens, heavy traditions and long lists imposed by others, and allow the teacher's voice to take them softly in hand, not to strip dignity, but to rearrange the load into something you can bear without waking at 3 in the morning. Let your breath become the metric of this new carrying. Inhale and count gently, 1, 2, 3. Exhale longer, 3, 4, 5. Match the rhythm to the idea that steady pacing wins over frantic surging. The chapter offers also the quiet comfort that the one who calls you knows the terrain, every hidden worry, every small recurrence of fear, and will not hand you a set of instructions that assume a perfection you do not have. Rather, he walks alongside, adjusting the yoke, calibrating the encouragement, offering rest without reproach. Imagine the cadence of his speech lowering the room's temperature by degrees. Each phrase is like a small stroke, smoothing the wildness at the edges of your mind until everything becomes simpler to hold. There is a tenderness in his recognition of John's struggles and in his posture to the crowd. Take this as permission to be complicated tonight. Your history, your doubts, your sudden flare-ups of worry, they all can be part of a conversation that still ends in rest. The chapter's steady refrain is not abstract theology, but a bedside instruction. Come, take, learn. These are verbs you can practice. Come, meaning, move your attention away from every imagined crisis to the present breath. Take, meaning, accept the resting gift even if you don't feel worthy. Learn, meaning, let this new posture become familiar through repeated small acts. Practice with a simple exercise now. Inhale, imagining stepping toward the lakeshore. Exhale, placing your list upon the bench. Inhale, feeling the soft yoke settle. Exhale, letting it balance your shoulders. Inhale, hearing the teacher's whisper. Exhale, releasing the idea that you must solve tonight. The landscape Jesus paints includes fields and towns, and people who both accept and reject. If rejection resonates with your fears, rest in the knowledge that the invitation stands nonetheless, consistent, patient, offered again and again. Let the closing tone of the chapter, his reproach of cities that did not repent, be recast for this hour as a gentle reminder that rest requires a kind of turning, a small pivot away from the frantic and toward the gentle. Imagine the nighttime sky above the lake mirrored in your slow breath. each ripple a small assurance that when you choose the yoke of gentleness, you enter into a rhythm older and truer than your worry. The yoke he gives is not a contraption of discipline alone, but a communion of hand in hand. As you accept it, sense a warm continuity. You are not alone. You are attached to a source that gives meaning and makes the path bearable. Let gratitude rise quietly for one small thing today. A word, a cup of warmth, a hand given, and let that gratitude be the tiny lamp you carry into the dark, enough to see the step you are taking and nothing more. If tears come, welcome them as part of the unburdening. They are often the body's release valve, softening the places hardened by vigilance. If sleep feels stubborn, repeat slowly in the mind the teacher's simple refrain. Come to me and find rest, take my yoke, learn from me, for I am gentle and lowly, and my burden is light. Let each clause be a breath cue that slowly lengthens the exhale and lowers the pulse. As you sink deeper, picture the yoke becoming almost a part of you, not a foreign thing, but a familiar strap that guides without pulling, a companion's arm across your shoulders guiding you home. Stay with the image of the lake, the soft lamplight, the teacher's patient presence, and let the chapter's invitation cradle you into the kind of sleep where burdens are not forgotten, but lovingly arranged so that morning can find you restored. Breathe in acceptance, breathe out surrender. Breathe in the teacher's nearness, breathe out the night's insistence. Allow Matthew 11's steady invitation to be the last thing in your mind as your eyes close, a quiet door you pass through into the restorative sleep you were always being offered. Isaiah 26. Imagine with me a city built on a high place, its walls steady and sure, a place of safety, where the air itself seems to slow and breathe with you. Picture the gates thrown wide so that praise can walk in. A city whose songs do not come from hurried mouths, but from a long, deep well of relief. Enter that image now and feel how the idea of safety alone begins to steady the chest, how the thought of a place kept by a faithful hand loosens the tension knotted at the base of your skull. Hear the gentle declaration that the people in this city will sing a new song. Let that promise settle into the corners of your private mind, an invitation to compose a softer melody tonight, one made of small thanks and remembered mercies rather than the sharp list of must-dos. As you listen, allow your shoulders to drop and your breath to lengthen. Think of the city as a symbol of God's unfailing purpose. He has established it for righteousness, and the wise discover peace there because the foundations are not built on shifting sand, but on an unchanging heart. Let that steadiness be your bedside map. No need to know every turn, only to know that the path underfoot is laid by a careful, steady hand. Consider how the poem speaks of a people whose minds are steadfast. Steadfast not as a strict, rigid posture, but as a calm attention that does not dart at every noise. Imagine your mind becoming a soft, steady lamp, whose light does not whip from thought to thought, but remains fixed on a single gentle glow. In this lamp's light, the anxious images you replay at night shrink away. They no longer crowd the whole room but become small things you can set on a table and look at without being overwhelmed. There is a phrase here that can be kept like a small stone in your pocket. You keep in perfect peace those whose minds are steadfast, because they trust in you. Let it be a breath cue. Inhale the idea of being kept. Exhale into the trust that steadies the mind, and repeat until the nervous system redraws its boundaries around a calmer center. The text speaks to the heart's natural habit of running toward fear and says instead, trust in the Lord forever, for the Lord God is an everlasting rock. Place that image against your sternum now and imagine something steady and soft pressing there. A rock warmed by a long day so it is firm but not cold. Lean into it with your breath and feel how deliberate trust becomes a kind of restful posture. There is also a tender reminder about the measure of human strength, that our proud plans and anxious fretting cannot outmaneuver the slow wisdom at work in the world. Picture your small, frantic strategies like the brittle branches of a tree, while the Lord's counsel is the trunk that will not be moved. Set down your plans for a moment and let the trunk bear their weight. breathing quietly as your body remembers how to let go. The passage asks the gates to be lifted high that the righteous nation might enter. Imagine a threshold here in your own life, a doorway where you leave the day's loud demands behind and step into a room lit by low, constant light. Crossing that threshold is a small ritual you can repeat nightly. Set down the phone, smooth the blanket, soften the jaw, and come into the shelter where the soul may be at ease. There are verses speaking of human frailty and the inscrutable nature of the counsel of the Most High. If you have lately wrestled with why certain things happen or why pain lingers, allow this passage to teach a quiet patience. Not all answers will come tonight, but the assurance of being held in a wise hand is enough to carry you through the dark. The poem gently addresses the inward work of conversion, how in times of sorrow people searched and prayed, how correction can be an instrument of refinement rather than mere punishment. If your conscience presses tonight, let it be a soft, shaping pressure that leads to gentleness rather than a harsh, accusing weight, and feel the relief that arrives when you imagine your missteps taken into a tender workshop where they are reshaped rather than flung away. There is a striking comfort in the phrase that life and death are watched by God, that even in the shadow of endings, there is a hand that cares and remembers. Picture those endings not as final slamming doors, but as windows being closed gently by a host who will reopen them in good season. The mind that clings to catastrophic endings can be soothed by imagining doors closing without violence, locks set by a calm keeper who watches over both the waking and sleeping hours. The passage has a hopeful cadence about the future, an echo of renewal. Your dead shall live, your corpses shall rise. Take that not as a far-off doctrine to study now, but as a peaceful promise that the things you fear losing are being tended for a future that will restore and remake. Let that thought translate into a different kind of bedtime prayer. Not a frantic list of things to save, but a soft handing over of what aches the most, trusting that something better is being prepared beyond your seeing. The poet also prays for a quiet mind and an appropriate perspective. We are small, made of dust, yet we are loved. The awareness of our smallness becomes freeing when set against a faithful God who is large enough to keep us. Allow that paradox to loosen prideful anxieties and to remove the pressure to make tonight perfect. Imagine now a sequence you can practice. A slow inhale, naming steadfast mind. A long exhale, releasing the demand to have every answer. Inhale, kept in perfect peace. Exhale into the sensation of a weightless chest. Inhale, trust. Exhale into the quiet steadiness of the created world. Picture the earth itself obeying a gracious order. The mountains stand in their place. The rivers find their bed. And let that image remind you that structure exists beyond the clutter of your thinking, that systems of care and meaning are at work even in the hush while you sleep. If guilt reasserts itself, recall the chapter's patient voice that invites confession as a way into wisdom, rather than as a way to pile blame. Bring the troubled memory to the bedside of God like a small lamp, set it down, and allow a compassionate gaze to acknowledge it, and to make room for repair. The lines here that used to judge stragglers now become a quiet promise. God will render to each according to his deeds, but rendered not in a legalistic tally at midnight, rather in a measured writing when all is revealed. Sleep can be surrendered to the certainty that justice has an author who knows the whole story, and who will make things plain in a time and manner you may not yet see. As the passage winds toward its close, it returns to the sustaining rhythm. Keep your heart focused on the Lord. Allow your mind to rest in his counsel, and as evening deepens, imagine each anxious filament being rewired into patience. Visualize yourself as part of the city's quiet music, singing a new song not because everything is fixed, but because your place is secured by a faithful hand that keeps watch through the dark hours. Let that music be the slow hum under your breath as eyelids grow heavy. Finally, let this chapter's steady assurances be the last thought you carry into sleep. A city whose gates are open, a mind kept in perfect peace, a rock that does not move, a promise of restoration, and a God who calls you by name and holds you gently in the dark. Rest now in that constellation of images. Breathe slowly and deliberately, matching the cadence of the text. Inhale, trust. Exhale, release, until your pulse eases and sleep comes like a quiet guest, welcomed into a room already prepared by a presence that will keep you through the night. John 6. Come close and rest in the simple, steady images this chapter gives. Imagine a shoreline at dusk, the day's crowds finally thinning, the scent of bread still warm in the air, and a teacher bending to break a loaf. Hear the echo of that small miracle, the feeding of many with a few loaves and fishes, not as a distant spectacle but as an invitation to receive what you truly need tonight. Let the first breath be a slow tasting. Inhale the memory of warm bread. Exhale the tightness that has folded you inward. Breathe again, and let the rhythm remember that provision can be quiet and surprising, coming in small portions that sustain instead of spectacular shows that demand attention. When Jesus says, "I am the bread of life," hold that phrase gently as a bedside lantern. Bread for the body, yes, but a deeper bread for the restless soul, a nourishment that meets the ache in the chest that lists and worries cannot fill. Picture him holding out a loaf, no fanfare, only hands, and know that the offer is personal. Come and taste. Come and be satisfied. The promise is not of an instant erasure of difficulty, but of steady sustenance you can return to breath by breath. Allow the image of the crowd to recede as details, and let the one-on-one exchange remain. You and a piece of bread, you and a hand that feeds, you and a quiet assurance that hunger of many kinds can be calmed. If your mind has been gnawing at scenarios of lack, answer with this tender counter-image. There is a pattern of abundance that runs through the world, a providence that tends to small needs first. So tonight it is enough to accept one small portion, one shallow drink, one slow breath. Jesus spoke of a different kind of hunger and thirst, the long hunger for meaning and the deep thirst for belonging. Let that language become a breath cue. Inhale thinking bread, exhale thinking belonging, and watch how the chest lowers its guard with each cycle. He promised too that whoever comes to him will never hunger, and whoever believes in him will never thirst. Take those words as an orientation rather than a checklist, an orientation that shifts the body's urgency into a calmer economy where wants are noticed and then set aside in the confidence that a sustaining presence remains. Imagine the disciples distributing what was given to them, hands passing loaves quietly from one palm to another, a chain of small kindnesses that turn scarcity into feast. Tonight, practice that chain inwardly. Pass a small kindness to yourself, a gentle thought, a remembered mercy, and let it circulate through the body until the nervous system feels the pattern of giving without exhausting demand. The chapter wrestles with crowds who seek only signs, and with a teacher who offers himself as food for the soul. If the mind demands proof before it will feel safe, allow the night to be an experiment in a smaller trust. Take one soft step toward the offered bread, allow one gentle acceptance, and notice how that tiny faith relaxes muscles that had been held in readiness. There is also the hard teaching that to receive this bread is to be transformed by it, to have life within, not merely a temporary lifting of anxiety. Do not let that word transformed be a pressure to fix yourself instantly. Rather, imagine it as a slow, steady infusion, like water slowly soaking a parched cloth until it regains some pliability. The change is gradual and works while you lie still in the small, unnoticed hours. As the chapter moves to the metaphor of the living bread that came down from heaven, picture that bread not as something mystical distant from your daily needs, but as the precise thing that meets the precise hollow within you, your private hunger for acceptance, your private thirst for peace, held close and fed with unhurried care. Let the memory of being fed in childhood, someone pressing warm bread into your palm, the uncomplicated trust of being given what you needed, be a bridge to this moment. Recall that sensation, and let it soothe the jaw and draw the shoulders down. Jesus also speaks of eternal things, life that endures beyond the sleepless night. And while eternity can sound bewildering in the late watches, translate it now into a comforting fact. There are realities larger than the immediate alarms, and sleeping into the night is part of trusting those larger realities to work. The chapter warns about following only for the cupboards and not for the heart. If you recognize that pattern in yourself, always seeking a fix, a reassurance, a quick proof, allow tonight to be a small reorientation. Seek presence instead of proof, the quiet warmth of being accompanied instead of the loud assertion of control. Breathe with this new aim. Inhale the sense of being accompanied. Exhale the checklist that never lets muscles relax. And notice how the breath deepens when the night's demands are translated into a single, manageable longing. To be fed and to be held. There is tenderness in the way the teacher invites the crowd to work, not for food that perishes, but for the food that endures to eternal life. Adapt that counsel into a practical bedside ritual. Rather than rehearsing tomorrow's to-dos, rehearse one simple gratitude, one tiny feed of memory, and let that gratitude act as a sustaining bite that steadies the mind. If anxiety insists on rehearsing catastrophes, imagine placing each imagined catastrophe on a table at the back of the room and turning toward the table where bread is broken. Doing this is not denial, but a skillful redirecting of attention to what actually sustains you. The chapter also tells us no one can come to the Son unless drawn by the Father. If you have felt alone in your searching, let the metaphor of being drawn be a gentle release, drawn not by force, but by a tender magnetism, something like the comfort that pulls you toward warm light when the room is cold. Feel that small pull now, and allow your body to follow its soft lead into the slow territory of rest. There is a passage about those who eat his flesh and drink his blood, a stark image that can seem demanding if taken too literally in a moment of weariness. Instead, read it as the intimacy of sharing the nourishment so deeply that you are remade from within. Think of it as a nighttime digestive slow work. The acceptance you make tonight is the first movement of a longer inner process that will rearrange how you feel, not by dramatic flashes, but by steady, quiet assimilation. When the crowd murmurs about the difficulty of such words, the response is patient. Faith does not always come with ease, and that is allowed. Tonight, if belief feels brittle, do not pressure it. Hold it like a fragile goblet and take one tentative sip of the promised peace. There is also the simple fact of rest in this chapter. Jesus does not ask you to prove your way into peace. He stands as bread offered, a presence that invites you to come and be fed, and that invitation itself is a restful place to land. Surrender the idea that you must be clever to receive. Childlike acceptance suffices, just enough willingness to believe that the offered loaf is real. Use your breath as a small liturgy. Inhale thinking, bread for my heart. Exhale thinking, I accept one small portion, and repeat until the rhythm of the body slows. The feeding miracle that begins the chapter concludes in the crowd wanting to make him king by force. Let that movement be a cautionary note about trying to force the peace you need. Rest is not achieved by seizing control, but by accepting nourishment handed to you in gentleness. Tonight, let a small surrender replace frantic control. Choose one thing to set down, plans, worries, the replay of hurts, and imagine placing it near the bread where you can see it, but not be consumed by it. The chapter's flow from abundance to teaching to invitation resembles the arc of a restful hour. First a sense of enough, then a gentle reteaching of priorities, finally an open-handed call to come. Move through those stages inside your quieter room. Remind yourself of enough, reorient what matters, then accept the call to come and rest. If past failures make this hard, remember how the crowd included the ordinary and the broken alike. The bread was broken and shared not with the perfect but with hungry hands. So your hunger tonight is not disqualifying, it is precisely the condition for receiving. Picture a table set in a quiet house where the light is warm and low. The loaf is broken, not to be stolen but to be given. Cups are offered for refreshment. The atmosphere is unhurried. The one who feeds does so without counting merits. Let that scene be the last visual image in your mind. A table with a single lamp, a loaf split in two, an offered hand, and a quiet chair waiting for you. As eyelids grow heavy, allow the chapter's closing promise to settle, that whoever comes to Jesus will not be turned away, that sustenance is available, and that the deeper hunger can be met in ways that reshape the heart towards sleep. Breathe once more with the sense of being offered and accept, gently and without hurry, one small sustaining portion. Exhale and let the room, your body, and your mind follow the same slow cadence as the bread being passed from hand to hand until the breath thins, the chest softens, and sleep arrives as the natural fulfillment of having been fed and quietly held. Colossians 3. Settle into a quiet posture and let these words draw your attention away from the day's clamor toward a gentler place. Set your minds on things above, not on the frantic list that tries to keep you awake. Imagine a soft, elevated view where the small emergencies of tonight are seen from a higher bench, their edges softened by distance, their urgency diminished by perspective. As you breathe in, picture lifting your thoughts like a lantern toward a calm sky. As you breathe out, let the tightness that comes with trying to manage everything fall away like a curtain released. Remember that you have died to the frantic, petty anxieties that insist on being the center of your story, and that your life is now hidden with Christ in a secure shelter. This is not an abstract idea, but a present refuge. Feel the weight of that hiding, not as secrecy but as protection, a place where messy worries cannot define you. Put to death gently and without harshness the old habits that unthread your peace, anger that keeps you tense, petty complaints that gnaw at your edges, the restless impulses that drive you from list to list, and imagine each one laid on a table under a soft lamp, acknowledged, and then tenderly set aside for daylight care rather than midnight wrestling. As the breath slows, clothe yourself in a different set of garments: compassion that softens sharp thoughts, kindness that smooths the knotted jaw, humility that relaxes the need to be right, meekness that lets the shoulders drop, patience that lengthens the exhale. Picture each virtue as a layer of warmth you put on as you settle, not to impress, but to receive comfort. Above all, wrap yourself in love, the perfect binding that keeps these softer habits in place. Let love be the steady band around your chest that steadies the pulse, the kind of love that forgives readily, that bears one more shortcoming without waking in alarm, that covers a multitude of midnight frets. If anyone has wronged you in the day, practice the small practical mercy the chapter teaches. As you breathe in, name the offense quietly. As you breathe out, choose to forgive in your heart as Christ forgave you. Let forgiveness be an act of release that lightens your shoulders and clears the way for sleep. Let peace rule in your heart like a calm sentinel. Allow the peace of Christ to stand guard at the gate of your thoughts, not to force away every stray image, but to give each one a place and a limit so the mind need not run to every imagined crisis. Make the word of Christ dwell richly in you, as if you were filling a quiet room with soft objects that absorb noise. Sing psalms and hymns and spiritual songs if that helps. Let simple refrains become a lullaby, the rhythm of their cadence matching your breath until thought itself softens into melody. Whatever you do, do it in the name of the Lord Jesus. Let that phrase be a gentle tether to the truth that your worth tonight is not measured by productivity, but by belonging. When your hands are still, know that they are still with a purpose, not abandoned. Give thanks, simple, unclenched gratitude for small mercies, for a warm cup, for a voice that spoke a kind word, for a small task completed. And let thanksgiving act like a balm that turns the mind from what is missing to what is given. If plans for tomorrow crowd the pillow, do a practiced setting down. Imagine writing them on a note card, folding it, and placing it on the bedside table of your mind where it will be seen in the morning when light is clearer. This small ritual preserves responsibility without stealing the night. Remember that self-examination now is not an exercise in condemnation, but a gentle tending. Confess what is heavy, as if placing it into a bowl to be washed in the morning by merciful hands. Allow admission of weakness to be a doorway to healing rather than a prelude to shame. Picture your inner life as a garden tended by a steady gardener. Pruning happens not to punish, but to allow fuller growth tomorrow. The soil of your night is being made ready for softer, healthier shoots. If loneliness creeps close like a chilly wind, let the chapter's truth warm you. You are not solitary in your need. Christ is near, and the life hidden with him is a constant company that will not abandon you. Let the imagery of clothes not be merely metaphorical, but practical. Feel as you exhale the loosen of a tight collar. With each inhale, imagine a robe of mercy settling warmer across the shoulders. When worry attempts to run you through worst-case rehearsals, answer with a brief, steadying phrase drawn from this chapter. Let the peace of Christ rule. Say it slowly on the inhale and slowly on the exhale, letting its cadence slow the nervous system like a metronome until the pulse finds an easier pattern. Turn the final minutes of wakefulness into a liturgy of small things. Choose one encouraging line. Perhaps I belong, or I am forgiven, or peace is with me, and let it become your breath cue. Inhale the phrase, hold it lightly, exhale, and release the tension. Repeat until the body follows and the mind stops sprinting. Imagine the household of your thoughts now rearranged. Quarrels and scratchy regrets are set by a quiet hearth. Gratitude and gentle memories are stacked like warm coals that glow without flaring. Hopes for tomorrow are folded into a neat bundle, not forgotten but entrusted to the hands that keep you through the dark. Consider too the counsel about relationships. Bear with one another, forgive as the Lord forgave you, and let this practice be a private exercise in loosening the grip on resentments, a nightly ritual of handing over small grievances so they lose their power to steal sleep. Let love do its work as a binding agent. Love that is patient, not hurried. Love that is kind, not sharp. Love that is not boastful, not self-seeking. Love that rejoices in the other's well-being and in quiet solidarity. Allow your body to follow this internal unclenching. Unclench the jaw. Relax the neck. Let the chest broaden and then soften. Let the hands open at the sides or rest gently over the belly. Imagine the breath as the gentle servant of these changes, tending each muscle with slow, kind instruction. If disturbance from the day keeps returning like an echo, employ a small, steady practice from these verses. Recite a brief thanksgiving for 3 small things, then imagine the Lord's peace placing a soft palm over each memory until it becomes a harmless object on the shelf of the mind. Know that the peace which you let rule is more than an absence of trouble. It is a presence that guards heart and mind, a kind of watchful tranquility that steadies senses and makes room for dreams that heal rather than replay old anxieties. Let this hour be an act of obedience that is not burdensome. To set your mind on higher things is to practice a trust that quiets the need to perform, a trust that allows performance to rest because identity is already secure in Christ. As your eyelids grow heavier, picture yourself being tucked in by a gentle hand. The last conscious thought, a simple one. Love one another deeply, passionately, because love covers a multitude of small fears. Let this be the last note in your mind's melody. If tears come, let them flow without shame. They are often the body's way of clearing space for what this chapter promises. Renewal, gentleness, richer life hidden in being held. Finally, receive the assurance that while you sleep, the mercies this chapter names continue their slow work. Garments of grace are being knit around the fragile places of your heart. Forgiveness is being sown where bitterness once took root, and the peace of Christ, entrusted to you as a guard, keeps its watch until morning light. Breathe once more with intention. Inhale the thought, set my mind on things above. Exhale, letting go of the last tight thought. Then let the rhythm continue without force until the body follows, and rest, quiet and restorative, comes at last in the keeping presence of Jesus. Ephesians 3. Rest now in the quiet doorway of a prayer the apostle knew well, a prayer that unfolds like a warm shawl across the shoulders of the heart. Imagine he is speaking this prayer just for you tonight, and hear him ask that you may be strengthened with power through God's Spirit in the inner being. Let that phrase be a slow invitation to lower the walls you build against fatigue and to let a steadier strength settle into the center of you. As you breathe in, picture the Spirit like a soft current moving through the ribcage, warming the small places of strain. As you breathe out, allow the old tense patterns to slacken, as if a knot has been gently untied at the base of your neck. The apostle prays that Christ may dwell in your heart through faith, that dwelling is not an austere rule, but a domestic intimacy, like a familiar presence settling into a room with a cup of tea, sitting across from you in the hush, and simply being near. Imagine that dwelling as a lamp set low by your bedside. It's light enough to read the margin of your life, but not so bright that it wakes the rest of the house. To be rooted and grounded in love. Let those images become the small garden metaphors that anchor this hour. Roots sink quietly into the earth of God's steady care, while a patient grounding presses your feet into a firm, hospitable soil, so that your thoughts do not drift like leaves. Picture the roots slowly drawing up nourishment, each tiny vessel filling with the warmth of remembered mercies, each cell in your hands and feet softening as the roots do their steady, invisible work. The prayer moves on to ask for the ability to comprehend with all the saints the breadth and length and height and depth of Christ's love. Do not be frightened by the size of this language. Read it as an invitation to widen the chest of your imagination just enough to allow a comforting truth to enter. Love that is roomy and composed, a love that can hold the smallest anxieties without snapping. See the dimensions as familiar measurements of comfort. Breadth like the span of a friendly arm, length like the patient time that does not hurry grief, height like a sheltering roof that keeps night winds at bay, depth like a pool where burdens can sink a little and be tended. The mind that often tries to calculate whether it has done enough can let go and rest in the certainty that this love is not a ledger, but a largeness that includes the imperfect, the trying, and the tired. The prayer asks that you be filled to the measure of all the fullness of God. Fill here is not pressure, but reception, like an evening well filled by a generous rain. Imagine the fullness as a warm basin in the chest, overflowing gently into the limbs with a slow, steady pulse that loosens the jaw and softens the shoulders. Feel how fullness changes feelings of lack into a quiet abundance. The breath itself lengthens when the body senses that there is enough to receive. The text also speaks of the mystery hidden for ages, but now revealed to you in the hush of this hour, so you can imagine the mysteries not as puzzles that must keep you awake, but as comforting truths arriving at the door of your soul and being set down tenderly, like wrapped gifts that need no immediate untying. Let humility be present here as a soft cushion under expectation. You are invited to receive, not to master the mystery tonight. Allow the apostle's oar to wash across you. He was given grace to preach to the Gentiles the boundless riches of Christ, and in that very giving there is a gentle model. Grace flows out and then returns as peace. See yourself as both receiver and conduit for such gentle exchange. Pass along small mercies in thought and sleep while being filled at the same time. Breathe again and feel the steady rhythm of being inhabited by a presence that both empowers and hushes. Let the words "strengthened with power" be less a charge to action and more a quiet retuning of the inner instruments, so they vibrate with patience instead of with alarm. Picture the church or the long line of saints, not as a crowded crowd, but as a long, tender chain of lamps along a path, each one offering light to the next. Your place in that chain is known and safe. Your small lamp is tended tonight. The prayer moves outward to praise the one who is able to do immeasurably more than all we ask or imagine, according to the power at work within us. Translate that into a bedside reassurance. The works that keep you up are not meant to be carried alone this night. They are being worked on by a power that needs no sleep, and that is arranging things in ways the sleeping mind cannot yet see. Let this be your permission to be small for a little while. Trust the invisible tending. Tuck your worries in a folded hand and place them beside you as you would a coat, knowing they will be warmed and handled in the morning light. The doxology at the closing invites your imagination to rest in the vastness of praise. To him be glory in the church and in Christ Jesus throughout all generations, forever and ever. As you let that eternal refrain become the background music of the hour, notice how the petty alarms of the moment lose their edge and start to sound like small percussion in a larger symphony. Breathe with the doxology as a steady metronome. Inhale with the name of God. Exhale with a small grateful amen. And let that tiny repetition slow the pulse. If memory drags you back to the day's mistakes, let the Apostles' confidence in grace be a soft balm. You are the subject of a story that moves by mercy, not by the tally of performance. The idea that Christ may dwell in your heart through faith might bring a quiet, practical image to mind. Imagine a gentle friend arranging a pillow behind your back, adjusting the blanket, tucking the corners so that you can relax. Faith is that simple leaning in to a presence that knows how to hold you without demanding spectacle. Think of your breath as correspondence between your ribs and that dwelling. Each inhale invites the presence a little closer. Each exhale is a simple surrender of vigilance. The prayer for strength in the inner being speaks to the places you might not notice. The small repetitive anxieties under the surface, the tightness around decisions, the restless loop of what-ifs. Picture these as knots in a net. The Spirit strengthening is like a careful hand working through the net, loosening the tangles so the fabric of your night can lay flat and even. Allow the metaphor of being rooted and grounded to bring relaxation down into the limbs. Feel the root sensation as a slow spreading warmth into the soles of the feet and the fingers, a grounding that tells the nervous system it is okay to stop scanning for danger. The Apostles' language about comprehending with all the saints the breadth and length and height and depth of Christ's love can become a trio of gentle exercises. Breathe in, imagining breadth as arms wide enough to contain a worry. Breathe in, imagining length as time enough for healing. Breathe in, imagining height as a protective canopy. Breathe in, imagining depth as a soft pool that receives and refreshes. Then let each out-breath wash the tension away. Remember, too, that being filled to the measure of all the fullness of God does not require you to be busy tonight. Fullness can be a quiet presence that rests in the center of your chest, like a warm stone that radiates safety without movement. If intrusive thoughts insist on rehearsing all your obligations, model the Apostles' posture and pray inwardly for strength of the Spirit. This is not a magical trick, but a practical reorientation. Offering up one small, honest plea, "Strengthen me where I am weak," can shift the chemistry of worry into something more manageable. Picture the strength arriving not as a flood that overwhelms, but as a soft infusion, like warm water slowly poured into a basin until it reaches a comfortable level. Let gratitude find a place in this hour. One small gratitude for something ordinary, a cup, a voice, a moment of kindness. Allow that grateful pebble to sit in your palm and to become evidence that the God of immeasurable power is attentive to small mercies too. Imagine the cosmic sweep of the doxology as a gentle arch under which your private rest may lie. Glory given to God across generations becomes a comforting canopy that includes this very night and the small breath you take right now. As you sink deeper, visualize the Spirit at work in the inner being like a slow, careful gardener, pruning what hinders true rest, nourishing what sustains life, and leaving the night to do its quiet, mending work. There is a tenderness in the Apostles' awareness that the mystery of Christ's love was once hidden but is now revealed. Let that revelation be your permission to let some questions remain unanswered tonight. Revelation is often a slow unfolding, and sleep is part of the revealing process. Finally, rest with the simple repetitive practice the prayer suggests. Breathe in the thought, "Christ dwells with me." Hold the phrase as a warm presence. Breathe out, releasing worry. Breathe in, "I am rooted and grounded." Hold lightly. Breathe out, letting the body soften. Breathe in, "I am filled with fullness." Hold. Breathe out and let the muscles of the face loosen. Let these phrases be the last quiet work you do tonight, small, faithful, unhurried, so that the presence which the apostle praises continues to do the deeper work of renewal while you sleep. And when morning finds you, you will wake to a softer heart and a steadier step, carried by a love whose dimensions far exceed the narrowness of tonight's fears. John 17. Hear now the prayer that rises like a soft, steady tide from the heart of Jesus, a prayer meant for you in the hush of the night. Let the voice of the one who knows you best speak over your rest as if he were leaning close beside your pillow, speaking not to alarm but to shelter. He begins by naming the intimacy he shares with the Father, and in that naming there is an invitation. Enter into the same quiet communion. Let the tone of that union be the lullaby that eases your pulse. Imagine him raising his hands for you in a benediction that is patient and exact. The words he breathes are not distant theology, but the practical canopy under which your small private fears can be laid down. As he prays, he remembers the life he has lived among men, the long walk, the hands that bound bread, the nights of prayer, and he speaks of you with the tenderness of one who has been awake on your behalf. Rest in the reflection that you are included in his asking. When he asks the Father to keep those given to him, understand that keeping is not a passive glance, but a careful watching, a guarding that attends to the fragile movements of the heart. Picture that keeping as a soft room made for sleep, curtains of mercy drawn around the windows, a lamp set to low, a steady hand on the bedside. He prays that you might be kept from the evil one, that you might be set apart in truth. Hear the plea as a bedside wisdom. Let truth be the gentle mattress beneath your thoughts, supportive and steady, so that the restless images of the night cannot find purchase. Imagine truth not as harsh correction, but as the clean, cool sheet that makes the body feel safe, a fabric whose texture steadies the nervous system. He prays too for holiness, asking that you be sanctified in the truth. Let holiness tonight be a simple word for being made whole in the places raw with worry, a careful mending that does not rush, but works with steady hands through small seams until the garment of your life feels less threadbare. Picture the process like a quiet seamstress in the twilight, threading a needle and making slow, precise stitches, each stitch a mercy, each thread a remembered kindness, until the anxious rips of the day are smoothed into a surface on which sleep can come to rest. There is also in this prayer a deep desire for unity. He asks that those who follow might be one, even as he and the Father are one, and in that desire hear a comforting promise. Solitude in the night is not abandonment. You belong to a woven companionship whose threads are not visible but are real and dependable. Imagine that companionship as a soft net beneath your bed, invisible but strong, catching the stray worries and cradling them until morning light can tend them. He prays that the joy he has may be fulfilled in you. Let joy here be a quiet, deep abiding rather than a flashy emotion. Think of the joy as a warm current under the skin, patient and constant, the sort of light that does not startle, but that makes every small thing look kinder by its glow. As you breathe, let that inner joy lengthen your exhale. Picture it as a low, steady hum in the chest that steadies scattered thoughts and smooths the furrows between your brows. Jesus prays also for protection in the world, not that we be removed from trials, but that we be preserved through them. Imagine being carried across a shadowed field and laid gently in a safe house on the other side, protected not by avoidance, but by a presence that accompanies every step. Hear him ask the Father to sanctify you in the truth. Let that gentle sanctifying be the hand that arranges your night's scattered images into an order that does not demand immediate solving, but asks for patient trust. He speaks as one who gives what he has received, and in that giving there is the gift of peace. Accept it without needing to analyze or prove yourself. Receive it as a small, steady garment draped over shoulders that have been braced for too long. Picture your shoulders lowering, your jaw unclenching, the breath finding a slightly longer lane to move in. The prayer does not overlook sorrow. It carries the memory of sorrow with dignity, and yet it seeks that those troubled places be turned slowly into windows of compassion. Think of your griefs not as permanent fixtures, but as rooms in a house being repainted and warmed, a work undertaken by the hands of someone who loves the architecture of your life. In the hush, imagine Jesus' words folding round the hardest places of your memory, like a soft, damp cloth press on a fevered brow, cooling and steadying until the heat subsides and rest is possible. He prays for those who will believe through the message of the disciples, extending the shelter of prayer beyond immediate circles to include even future nights like this one. Know, then, that you are part of a chain of care that runs through history, an unbroken relay of hands passing comfort from one generation to the next. Envision that relay not as a duty, but as a quiet procession of lanterns, each hand passing a light to the next, so the path is never completely dark. In this prayer there is a final tender insistence that you be kept in the Father's name, that you be sent into the world but not be of it, sent as one who carries the calm of the bedside into the noisy streets, who moves with a rhythm learned in quiet, so that even in motion the breath returns to stillness. See yourself then moving through tomorrow like someone who learned to sleep with sacred confidence, steps steady because the night was trusted, eyes softer because the dark was known to be held. Let Jesus, longing to have you with him where he is, become a gentle horizon rather than a solemn admonition. Imagine it as an invitation to the long view, a reminder that rest is part of a larger story in which tending, return, and welcome are constant themes. As your lids grow heavy, bring your attention to the simple fact that you were prayed for, spoken of in the intimacy of the Son's voice, and let the knowledge that you are remembered in that holy conversation quiet the fearful inner monologues. Inhale that remembrance like a cool draught. Exhale the old rehearsed lists that chase themselves around the mind. If a troubling thought surfaces, place it gently in the space of the prayer. Picture a small paper boat set onto the stream of Jesus' words and being carried down into a safe current. Do not try to hold the boat, only watch it move and trust the one who set it there to keep his word. Make the rhythm of your breathing match the rhythm of the prayer, slow and intentional, soft and long, each cycle a small echo of his petition on your behalf. Let your last conscious act be a small turning toward him, an inward prayer of 2 words if that is all you can muster, Lord, keep, or be near, and then let the prayer continue beneath the surface of sleep, as if the Son's own voice keeps watch while the eyelids fall. Rest in the assurance that you are included in a prayer that spans time and care, that the one who walked the night to find a single lost hand still moves his compassion into the hours where you are vulnerable. Allow the hush of his intercession to be the blanket that covers you now, a careful, skillfully woven covering that knows where seams need reinforcing and where warmth must gather. As the pulse slows, imagine the final cadence of the prayer settling across your chest like a benediction, kept, sanctified, united, joyful, sent with purpose yet held in tender keeping. Receive it simply, without argument, and let the night do its restorative work under the shelter of a voice that never sleeps. Breathe in that sheltered sound one last time, breathe out the last small resistance, and let the prayer carry you gently and steadily into the deep, renewing sleep you have longed for. John 14. Do not let your heart be troubled. Believe in God, believe also in me. In my Father's house are many rooms. If it were not so, I would have told you. I go to prepare a place for you. And if I go and prepare a place for you, I will come again and receive you to myself, that where I am, there you may be also. And you know the way to where I am going." Thomas said to him, "Lord, we do not know where you are going. How can we know the way?" Jesus said to him, "I am the way and the truth and the life. No one comes to the Father but through me. If you had known me, you would have known my Father also. From now on you do know him and have seen him." Philip said to him, "Lord, show us the Father, and that will be enough for us." Jesus said to him, "Have I been with you so long, and you still do not know me, Philip? Whoever has seen me has seen the Father. How can you say, 'Show us the Father'? Do you not believe that I am in the Father and the Father is in me? The words that I say to you, I do not speak on my own authority. The Father who dwells in me does his works. Believe me that I am in the Father and the Father is in me, or else believe me because of the works themselves. Truly, truly, I say to you, whoever believes in me will also do the works that I do, and greater works than these will he do, because I am going to the Father. Whatever you ask in my name, I will do, that the Father may be glorified in the Son. If you ask anything in my name, I will do it. If you love me, you will keep my commandments. And I will ask the Father, and he will give you another counselor to be with you forever, even the Spirit of truth, whom the world cannot receive, because it neither sees him nor knows him. You know him, for he dwells with you and will be in you. I will not leave you as orphans. I will come to you. A little while, and the world will see me no more. But you will see me. Because I live, you also will live. On that day you will know that I am in my Father, and you in me, and I in you. Whoever has my commandments and keeps them is the one who loves me. And whoever loves me will be loved by my Father, and I will love him and will reveal myself to him." Judas, not Iscariot, said to him, "Lord, how is it that you will reveal yourself to us and not to the world?" Jesus answered him, "If anyone loves me, he will keep my word. My Father will love him, and we will come to him and make our home with him. Whoever does not love me does not keep my words, and the word that you hear is not mine, but the Father's who sent me. These things I have spoken to you while I am still with you. But the Counselor, the Holy Spirit, whom the Father will send in my name, will teach you all things and will bring to your remembrance all that I have said to you. Peace I leave with you, my peace I give to you. I do not give to you as the world gives. Do not let your heart be troubled, neither let it be afraid. You heard me say to you, I am going away and I will come to you. If you loved me, you would have rejoiced, because I am going to the Father. For the Father is greater than I. And now I have told you before it happens, so that when it happens you may believe. I will no longer speak much with you, for the ruler of this world is coming. He has no claim on me, but he comes so that the world may know that I love the Father, and that I do exactly what the Father has commanded me. Come, let us go from here.